think I'm live. Hopefully I got this right. I don't know if anyone's gonna join this live, but I'm just going to play some Dota and have some fun. Last we joined, I was pretty close to Divine 2, I think. I've slipped quite a bit. Just all these losses. Like, I had 4 ranked losses in a row, but I won 2 back this afternoon as Bounty Hunter. And I know the stream is kind of getting away from the core issues of male epidemic, so I think I might watch some videos if people join in, just of that, and see where it goes. And if people join, that's great. If not, then hey, you know what, I tried. And I think that's the main crux of it all. I'm playing ranked again. It'll be a little bit harder for me to commentate while I'm playing, but I'll try my best, okay? I will certainly do my best.
Seconds remaining.
Support.
5 seconds remaining. Are you gonna pick one or what?
Okay, I'm gonna play Pugna. I've been meaning to play this, and I haven't had a chance to. So we're gonna see how this goes. Get a sentry. So for this particular lane, usually I was getting an obs, but I don't need it. We're not against anything crazy. I don't need to snipe couriers. I just need to play the lane well. I still need to figure out the laning. I'll be against Jug and either Chen or Witch Doctor. So that's gonna be the matchup. So it's this guy and this guy, or this guy and this guy in the safe lane right here. So yeah, that'll be interesting. Probably need to watch my positioning, because Jug can pretty much outright kill me with Bladestorm. It's like where he spins in a circle and does magic damage. It's a ton of damage, especially Pugna's a low HP hero. That's why he has more range. That's why he has really good, like one of the highest starting movement speeds. I think he has like 330 movement speed or something. So he has like really good stats in that regard. I don't know if I can look it up on the screen. Sorry, if I can't, then try to find it on the profile after. Prophet's gonna be a tough one, especially if he gets Orchid. He can just TP behind me, tree me, so that might definitely be a thing. Yeah, so we'll have to see. But Pudge has kill threat in this lane, and he's like relatively tanky, especially versus magic damage, but not really armor, so this is something to be mindful of course. I want to follow him because he has kill threat.
Seconds to battle.
If Chen is a creep, he can kind of walk around and harass me. That's the annoying thing about it. Let me see if I can... it's not even worth my time. He got harassed to like half HP, which is really bad. Or more, like 30% HP. Yeah, so I gotta... Can't one-on-one this guy. He's got a sentry, so he probably blocked the camp already. Yeah. It's a ton of damage, especially with the creep. It's a lot. So how we're gonna try to play this lane, we gotta try to kill the creep as much as possible. And harass Jug. That's what we're gonna try to do. Doesn't do too much. Spawn hard camp. Oh, welcome to the stream. I have no idea. Sorry, I didn't see you there. I apologize. This will be my last stream probably before Christmas, because tomorrow's Christmas Eve, obviously. So... just playing some Dota. It's not an easy lane for us. Pudge is a very low armor hero, so he's gonna get a lot of harassments, potentially. And they got to level 3 way before us too. So I'm doing some like pretty good right-click damage. Once I get my boots, I'll feel safer. But Pugna has really good move speed, so I can kind of kite away, which is nice. But Pudge didn't really have the greatest start, so... Now he's got a creep falling around. I need to block the pole camp. Yeah, it's really dangerous for Jug to be in this lane now. 2-on-1. I don't think he can take it, but... The bad thing going against a Chen is he can steal my creep right here. Make it really hard for us to pull camps. But I can do this to destroy his pull. Yeah. Oh shit. You should hook him. He's dead anyways. Nah.
On my way. Yonder I wander.
That's Jug overestimating the amount of damage. Which is good. Oh shit, I might die here. Ooh! Good teamwork. He actually lotused me to keep me alive. I think I still would have lived because I could have fogged in the trees, but I mean, that was really cutting it close, like 1 or 2 hits. And the creeps are following me with the little witch creep that Chen uses slows people, so any movement slow early stages in the laning phase are really like quite bad. For me anyways. So 7 minutes, there's something called a wisdom. I'm gonna plant this right here because I'm pretty sure Prophet's gonna TP to it. That's what he does. Okay, good, we secured it. That just gives us, well, me, I think it's the user plus the team. I can't remember, like an EXP boost, and early on that's huge. Okay, I'm gonna queue up a couple things here. So the not so good thing is Pugna really excels when he has a very strong laner with him. I knew he would survive that, but okay, I faked him out, that's good. I could have decrept him so that he didn't take as much damage. So you can see Jug is pretty fragile early on. Save these creeps for Pudge. It's nice of Pudge to give me a tango. Let's just, okay, sometimes they have a willing ward, just to see where Pudge is. I'm gonna put a ward here so we don't get ambushed, or at least try. And Jug is probably 6 now, so we have to really be careful with ulti. Let's see what else is going on the map. Prophet's mid. Viper should be winning that matchup. It's very, very difficult. Viper usually wins all of his matchups. That's just how the hero works. I can't stack this in time, but I'm gonna try. Yeah, I don't think that worked. You'll hear, usually you'll hear the sound effect. I'm gonna try to push mid with Viper because he's such a dominant mid hero. I can help him push it faster, and then he can go jungle. I should really start to stack to help Viper, like really accelerate. That's, in theory, this is what I should do. And you can see how much Nether Blast does. Like, it does siege damage, which is obviously very strong. Okay, they denied the tower, but I mean, all things considered, I think it's okay. And I am level 6 now, but Troll died. Yeah, so that's not good. I should try to help out top again, and then plan my next item. I think I want to get Aether Lens first, although I should get a defensive item, really. Like, I should get... Prophet's physical, Jug is physical, this is physical, but making them buy invis tools is really strong, in my opinion. They can kill him. heal this guy. So we can go back into lane and I'll heal from a creep. We have a catapult, so we should really take advantage of it. And I can spam the creeps and the tower at the same time. Make it very efficient, or as efficient as possible. So this is what you do with Pugna, really. You just try to siege shit as quickly as possible. Give your team a lane advantage, right? Yeah, they rotated everyone bot, except... Yeah, Jug shouldn't have been there. That doesn't really make sense that he would try to fight that, but whatever. Whatevs. Thanks for tuning in, by the way. Hope you're having a good day. Merry Christmas. I'm gonna try to stack this to give my core. He's died twice now in lane. And see, this is the thing with cores that doesn't really make sense. He's going back bot where he just died twice. They killed the tower, which means that they probably have warding or they're still in the area trying to take over the map. So in theory, what should happen is either I should go down there because it's, you know, not safe, right? Risky. And Jug should, or sorry, Troll, or position 1, should try to take like Ancients or stack camps, like anything that's basically safe to catch up. Like that's what he needs to do, really, in theory. Yeah, they're fighting, I think. Okay, I got to heal up. I use my Nether Ward in a bad spot there, so I won't have it for this fight when they siege the base. Or I might. Just 10-second cooldown. Come on, Bane. Okay.
Let's talk about your top tower.
Jug got
There's
top.
no more top tower.
So the map is really closing in on it, but Pudge has Blink now, so this is good.
Your top tower is under attack.
We're gonna get our wisdom because it's up in 30 seconds. I'm doing such a bad job of last hitting, but I'm gonna stack these while Bane. I'm gonna let Bane have the. He looks like he had a really rough lane, so I'll let him have the wisdom. I'm just gonna tell Troll that the Ancients are stacked. He needs to be able to farm them efficiently. It's not just you tell someone that they're stacked and then they die like trying to farm it or something.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Really, he went first item Blink, so we should try to fight together. Really? Base damage, creep bounty, last hits the value compared 2 times higher value. I think I should get the shield, and I think I should get the HP increase. Yeah. Okay, so at least that was something for Troll.
Already there. And go.
Go, lead the way. He's in the jungle. Jug is. I think he's farming. Yeah, fuck. Oh, fuck, man. Get out, get out, get out, get out. He blade stormed, so none of the magic damage did anything on him.
Don't let your
I
willpower
don't know.
fall.
Yeah, that was really bad. And they reinforced, which is why I called, like, you know right when you botch.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, these things happen. It is what it is.
On my way.
My job really this game is to try to save and heal my teammates as much as possible, which likely is going to be the Viper or the Pudge. So a lens next item would be nice. No, fuck.
Out of my way. A little jaunt.
I guess Viper got bot tower, which is good.
I'll take a crack at it.
I'm just going to do some life drain here.
Wandering.
Killing spree.
Yep.
Yonder I wander.
Yeah, this... I realize it's a tough game for Vayne, but this pick is not working out for us. Oh shit, they might be coming for me.
Out of my way. Never me. Out of my way. On my way.
We'll go for the GPM talent just because he's a pretty good farmer, but I need to leave the farm for other people. So we'll see.
Oblivion comes. I can never begin. Regeneration. Why not?
Yeah, that was insane.
I'm going. I'm under attack. Face judgment.
That sucks. He probably, I don't know if he held, I actually don't quite know what the Pudge was waiting for. Because he can interrupt TP. Like, he has basically two channeling, what we call, when someone blade storms, basically they're immune to magic damage, right? So you can't interrupt their teleports. But Pudge has two abilities to be able to do that. So he kind of played it in the wrong order, because he could have just straight up killed him. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure what was going on, but oh well, it is what it is.
Oh yes.
Okay, I got a lens. I'm gonna get a glimmer just because the team seems to be getting smashed right now.
Your top tower is under attack.
I really want to siege the T2s, but I will start feeding for it. Yeah, because, you know, these are T2 towers, so. I could go by myself, and it will create space. Like, they will rotate 2 or 3 to kill me, because if they don't, then they lose a tower. But, yeah, I am feeding in the meantime. Like, pretty bad. Okay, you know what? Let's go for it.
Out of my way.
Viper just made some space. You can see how much damage I'm doing.
Out of my way.
It's like half already.
You really should look at your bottom tower.
I'll take a crack at it. Nice, I wonder. I'm not ready. I am done.
So now we go top. Once they rotated mid.
Out of my way.
Oh shit. Fuck off.
Why not? On my way.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
What killed me?
Kill.
Oh, Nature's Prophet. Ulti. That was a bad fight to begin with. We're fighting in like the middle of the tower.
Mega kill.
I should have just rotated back to mid and siege this. We would have got it by now. That was stupid. Yeah, I would have got mid tower by now, and then the lanes would have pushed even more significantly. Like now, it's just the reverse, right? So this is bad for us for in terms of map. I don't think I killed that creep, which is unfortunate. Now they're all top.
It's not time yet. Just try me. I've another vision. I'm going.
You can see how quickly Pugna can clear shit
The nether reaches out.
very, very easily. I have to be very careful here, although I might just die. It's kind of worth it.
Oblivion. Mine.
Okay,
The enemy's
got
middle
it.
tower has fallen. Deny that, jerks.
Out of my way.
I need a glimmer.
Oh, I'm gone.
Just get rid of Chen's creeps.
Enemy.
Gonna see if I can kill top here. Really build space.
Why not?
See, even though we like lost that team fight pretty handedly, I can still do shit like this. Let's come back here.
Wandering. Out of my way. Oh, yes. My way.
Shit.
Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill.
So the good thing is we rotated well. I mean, we saw the jug, right? So this is good. We saw the jug TP top, so he couldn't reinforce mid. Okay, good. So we can push.
There was a good reason.
Why not?
You really should look at your bottom tower.
Well, I'm just gonna
I
siege
don't think you want that
this.
to happen.
Out of my way.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Not yet. If you wish.
Okay, what do we need? Maybe a Lotus.
On my way.
Actually, maybe eggs. Yeah.
Try me.
Radiant's courier has been killed. The enemy's top tower just shattered into little pieces.
I'm on. Gone where I want. Oblivion comes. Wandering. It's not time yet. Already there. Rage of a mage.
Oof. My last hitting is just really not great. Need to do a better job.
Attack.
Fuck.
I guess Radiant fortified their structure. Double kill. Unstoppable. Triple kill.
I had Decrep too, which was stupid. I let it bounce onto me. I think I panicked there. I glimmered, and then I had Decrep. I could have saved the Viper. Kept myself out from, like, in distance. So that was a big mistake. He didn't even use Aegis, like, which is great for us. It's 2 minutes. I'll be back in 10 seconds anyways, so I can just TP over, and then we can siege. And I think they probably lost the game here.
Bottom tower is down.
Maybe not. Still, they're gonna respawn now, but
By the nether region. Oh yes. I'll take a crack at it. Let's go. My way.
Okay, troll killed like 2 people in the base.
Try me. You're only making it worse.
Dire structures are fortified. The enemies near the tower didn't know what hit it. The enemy's middle barracks are no more.
I'm getting happy myself. On my way. Yonder I wander. Oh, I'm gone. Regeneration. Oh yes. Not yet. Let go. It's not time yet. You wish. Oblivion comes. Wandering. Yonder I wander.
wasn't good.
Natalie.
You. Your bottom tower has
A
fallen.
little jarred. Oblivion come.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Not yet. Take it. It's not my turn. Out of my way. Natalie. Already
Okay, GG. Good game. Wasn't the best played game by me for sure, but at least we won. I think that's good. I'd like to see how much healing I did. I could have done a better job saving my allies. There was many times where Viper died and he didn't need to. He was tanky enough to take, like, be able to take a lot of punishment, and I just didn't focus enough healing on him. I was like late in terms of reactions and stuff. So I mean, like, I think we played good as a team, though. Yeah, I did 17k healing. It's not bad. Could have been better. I definitely did more hero damage, but that's probably because of Nether Ward is so bloody strong. And then my Viper tanked 57k, which actually isn't as much as I thought it would be. Yeah, Troll tanked a ton. They couldn't do anything about Troll. He was just running rampant, basically. Yeah, it's really hard for them. Things I think I did well this game is I definitely busted down the T1s pretty quickly to provide enough space, because it looked like Troll had not that great a laning stage, and then that gave them the ability to catch up. Like, let's take a look at the 10-minute graphs. So we look at the 10-minute graphs here. Oh, never mind. Troll's top. Jug is a little bit ahead of Pudge, and Chen is quite a bit ahead of me, which isn't good. So I probably could have played that better. But in that lane, because Pudge is weak in terms of armor, they probably could have bullied out Pudge pretty well. And the fact that he's less than 100 gold, like, difference from Jug's net worth at 10 minutes, I think we at least can get credit for tying the lane. So that's good. Give me a second here. Sorry, I have to leave a message. Excuse me, everyone. I just had to take care of something. Give me a second here. Just want to see something really quick before we hit the next game. Couple teams playing hoops tonight, so I am a big hoops fan, as you guys know. Certainly a big part of my life. Or medium part of my life, I guess. I can't really say big. I think we'll try to upgrade some Swift runs by getting Swift runs, and then we'll see where can we max other things. The reason why I picked this yellow one is because I'm never going to farm Spiritual Realm. It's just a crappy place. So maxing out on that is beneficial because I'll never get those anyways, or I'll never farm to get those. Yeah. I have this guy? Yeah. I have so many of them. I should probably make something to eat. So if you guys hang on 2 seconds, I think I'm just gonna make myself some eggs. It's probably the easiest thing. I will be right back. Excuse me. I'm gonna make 2 soft-boiled eggs plus some yogurt, and maybe like a piece of toast. That's really it. I don't need too much. coughing. This is yogurt. Forget where the camera is. I made this. I have a yogurt maker. I make a batch sometimes. Hard to say if you actually save money on it. I think you probably do. Because you do produce quite a bit of yogurt. I mean, it's whatever you pour basically into the yogurt maker. But it does take a little bit of time. But it's like mostly hands-off time. I'm going to try another method with the sous vide that I found on the internet, which I think is really smart. Because the biggest time is like you have to denature the milk. What that means is milk normally has its own, I think ultra pasteurized milk or something like that has its own bacteria. You have to kill that bacteria before you can introduce yogurt cultures, which is another form of bacteria, into the milk. And that's how that like good bacteria, right? Like that's how yogurt's formed. Once it grows or incubates within the yogurt, then you get basically this curd milk, right? That's what it looks like. You know, like this. I don't know if you guys can see it, but now in order to do that, you have to heat up the milk. So normally you have to sit there in front of the stove and heat up the milk because you don't want to burn the milk. You don't want to scald it, right? And you just have to stir it once in a while. I probably stir it way too often. I don't think you really need to do that. You just need to stir it so it doesn't stick to the bottom. And I have heard that there's some people that do it in the microwave, and they found that that's actually really easy for them, which makes a lot of sense. So they essentially heat it up for 6 minutes, maybe halfway through. They'll take a spoon, they'll just like mix it up so that it doesn't like scorch the bottom. And then they'll do it again, and they'll use the thermostat to see if it's 180. If it is, fantastic. Let's look up some health reasons why you should eat it. I mean, I love yogurt just for the taste of it, to be honest with you. I know some people do not. They find yogurt weird. For me, I actually find it really tasty. It's like got that tangy nature to it, which is great. I'm just going to put everything on one tab here. There we go. Okay, let's see. Yogurt health benefits. Yogurt offers numerous health benefits, acting as a great source of protein. Yeah, so I mean, it's made from milk, calcium, and B vitamins, vitamin B. While its probiotics support gut health, boost immunity, and aid digestion, which is all great things, can improve bone density, help with weight management, and increase fullness. I guess that makes sense because it's primarily protein, as far as I know, and support health regulating blood pressure. Okay, so that's something that's good for me. Making a nutrient-dense food for overall wellness, especially plain or Greek variety. So I generally put nothing in my yogurt except if I have some like granola or like add some fruit like bananas or whatever, like I'll put that with yogurt. But other than that, I really don't put anything else. Live active cultures. Yeah, it's like literally 2 ingredients. It's like yogurt, the bacteria active cultures from yogurt, and then the milk. Excuse me. Avoid added sugar, sweeten with fruits, or drizzle some honey. Yeah, so adding honey is obviously a natural sweetener, and yes, there is there's a lot of more health benefits in sugar than there is of like granulated sugar, like processed sugar. Greek yogurt strained for extra protein and lower lactose. Okay, making it great for muscle recovery and fullness. Yeah. I guess I could strain it. Sometimes like, so I have a little container like this. Sometimes I just flip it on its head, essentially, like on the lid. And then in the morning, it'll drain out all the, basically the water, right? So it'll make it way thicker, like a Greek yogurt. And then when I'm done, I'll just throw away the water. Like, that's what I'll do. And it's easy. Yeah. So if I do it that way, it'll become much more of like a Greek yogurt, like a thick yogurt. And I also incubate it for like 12 hours because I like my yogurt tangy. Some people do not, which totally respect. But that works for me. Let's maybe watch a browser while I'm waiting for my eggs. So let's see. Let's turn this over to search engine. Nope. New tab. Okay, cool. Let's go to YouTube.
Welcome back to Better Call Sexton. I am your host, James Sexton. Before we begin, toxic and non-toxic, what does it mean? Where do we go with all of it? All that and more. Let's get after it.
The author of Notes on Being a Man has been very heavy in this topic. There's a recent article from The Guardian talking about him as well, where he's trying to kind of redefine masculinity and address this epidemic. He has the idea of redefining masculinity as protector plus provider plus vulnerability. And he has notions on how that can fix this entire problem. That's an author you're familiar with and a topic you're familiar with, so your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Scott Galloway's work. I have been for a long time. I listened to Pivot, his podcast with Kara Swisher. I stopped listening to it because I find her insufferable, but I find him very interesting, and I think he actually needs someone to bounce off of. He does really well when he bounces off somebody, but I think Scott's a really brilliant thinker. I was very excited to read Notes on Being a Man. I enjoyed it very much, but I will say the following. I feel like if you took out the throat clearing and land acknowledgments of it, it would be like a pamphlet. It would not be as long as it was, because instead of just, and I understand that that's not Scott's fault necessarily. I think that the current sort of cultural climate requires this. But like, instead of saying, you know, I was in Zeta Beta Tau fraternity when I was in college and I found that it helped me hold myself to a standard having these other men around me, he's like, I was in a fraternity in college. Now, fraternities have historically had real problems and issues. They're misogynist, they're also racist, they're exclusionary, and he spends like 3 pages on that, and then goes, but I had a really good experience with it. Every interview he's doing, and he is literally doing every interview. I think I saw him on Sesame Street the other day, like M is for Men. Like, he's literally everywhere right now, which is what happens when someone's doing the press tour. I've been there. But what I will say is he wrote a book about men. For men, the male loneliness epidemic, the crisis of boys. He's a father of 2 sons. I'm a father of 2 sons. And he spends the first 5 to 10 minutes of every interview talking about how women are important and women's rights are important, and nothing that we're saying should discount the fact that women are traditionally disenfranchised. And again, we all know that's true. You can stop with the throat clearing and the land acknowledgments. You can just talk about the book. Like, just talk about the book. There's so much in this book of value. He is refocusing our attention back on the role of provider, protector. I talk about it in terms of chivalry. That chivalry is a code, that chivalry is an honor system, that essentially we're saying, listen, we're men, it's our job to control our drives, it's our job to create a world where women feel safe, like it's on us to do this, to do the heavy lifting of it, which again is not to say that women can't do heavy lifting, women can't be protectors and providers. But guys, if we have to spend 10 minutes with all those caveats every single time we talk about gender roles, like, just, I'm opting out, I'm done. Because I can't stick around for that long. I'm on a tight schedule. Like, and that's what I found myself doing when I was reading Scott's book. I'm like, okay, and here's the actual nugget. So I think that Scott has a great perspective. Men as provider, protector, chivalry, a code. One of the most important things I think he talks about is the importance of men being mentors to young men, making themselves available to young men, helping model good behavior to young men. I agree. I think we've lost that connection, and understandably so. He talks about in the book that we've done that because there were so many scandals in the Boy Scouts. There were so many scandals in the Catholic Church, where a man being around young boys is now perceived to be that it's some sign that he's doing something nefarious, when in fact, a very natural part of masculinity at its best is wanting to mentor young men. I've been in the unique position as a lawyer who manages a successful law firm to have men of all kinds of ages around me all the time. I have college students and law students who intern for us who are in their 20s and teens. I have young lawyers who work for me who are in their 30s and their 40s. And I have an opportunity to model behavior for them, to mentor them, to talk to them about their lives and what's going on in their lives, and to sort of share with them, when I was in that chapter of life, yeah, I had that fear too, or that concern too, or I wish I'd been a little easier on myself. Or like one of my colleagues who works for me, I've said for many, like I'm always sending him home. I'm always saying to him, hey, your kids are young, go home. Like, go home. If I go home right now, my kids are grown, they're not there, I missed it. Like, you don't have to miss it. Go home and hang out with them. Go out in the backyard and have catch with them. Because in 10 years, if you want to work until 10 o'clock at night, there's nobody else waiting for you. So for now, go home. So I think that there's value in that. I like Scott as an intellectual and as a cultural critic and cultural commentator. So I'm glad to see his work thriving as it tends to.
What I like about what he's trying to accomplish.
So one thing that I wanted to add about what James said, he does have a point. You can cut through all the fluff and the gender biases and the protection of certain genders. Like, we live in a world that is so sensitive that before we make our point, we have to reinforce the fact that we don't hate women. We're not against women. This is not taking away women's rights. You know, like, we're okay with women. Like, just craziness. And then, after all of that, then we say our real point, right? It's the same thing with, like, you know, talking about different races, right? Like, we'll have to, like, hey, I'm cool with black people, and, you know, I've always been cool with black people, and this and that and that, and then make our point about what we're trying to say, rather than just saying what we need to say. Yeah, so I always find that we're just so careful now, we have to tiptoe around issues, rather than, and we kowtow to, like, the most sensitive people on the internet, right? And the loud talking voices of the internet, rather than just trying to speak our mind and have people rely on their own critical thinking to make sure they understand the right from wrong. We just don't do that anymore, and that's unfortunate. Yeah. That's unfortunate. What can I say to that? I think I would just say that I hope we can get to a better place where we don't have to tiptoe around people's feelings all the time, because I just don't believe that that is the way that we all should live. It doesn't help anyone. It actually hurts a lot of people. And it just doesn't give people the right amount of agency, really, on, you know, like, you're not a baby, right? Like, you don't need to be coddled and have your hand held all the time. Yeah, it's just kind of wild sometimes when we, like, talk about those things. But yeah, let's continue on.
Is not just old school notions of masculinity, like we need to be cavemen and Navy SEALs.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, what does masculinity in the modern world look like? And I think it needs, and people like you, I think, are what men should be looking up to, is like, here's how to be a professional, here's how to be a father, here's how to be respectable. Well, also, I'm still a guy and I'm still normal, but...
Yeah, I think you can be all of those things. I don't think you have to pick one. Like, I don't think that you have to be too deeply You know, look, I'm a fan of like some of the traditionally very masculine things, like, you know, Brazilian jiu-jitsu and saunas and cold plunges and hard workouts and pushing yourself in crazy ways and like all of those kinds of things. I love watching, you know, mixed martial arts and UFC. You know, there's a lot of traditionally male things that I like to do, and I think I am very traditionally male in a lot of stereotypical ways. I get a head cold, you think I was dying. Like, I have a lot of those kinds of things. But again, I think you can blend that with an emotional vocabulary. You can blend that with being gentle. You know, there's nothing stronger than gentleness, and there's nothing more gentle than real strength. Like, I think if you're genuinely strong, you just don't feel like you have to flex.
Right.
Like, you just don't. There's nothing that reeks of insecurity more than trying to show how tough you are, how hard you are, how emotionless you are. There's nothing wrong with having a full emotional palette and also being very strong and very focused and very disciplined. And I think that's the kind of stuff we should all try to model for young men and for young women. I think we should show young women that that's what they should be looking for in a man. And that that's what they should be looking for in a young man. Because a young man is just the chrysalis stage of the adult that he's going to become. So. Now, sir, you've described yourself as financially responsible, isn't that right? I'd like to think so. Have you ever heard of Rocket Money? Yeah, sure, I've heard of it. Now, sir, you're aware that Rocket Money is a all-in-one personal finance app that helps...
Spoken and educated. I figured maybe we should get to know how you came to be, Jim. Maybe go down...
The origin story?
The villain origin story of James Sexton. And we actually got a little birdie sent us in some pictures of you.
I was young. I needed the money. Wait, I'm sorry. I might have misunderstood what pictures they were. Okay.
Let's begin with the James Sexton yearbook picture.
Oh, Jesus.
Lady Killer.
I mean, Sexton saved some pussy for the rest of us.
It's Mr. Steal Your Girl.
Yeah, wow. I just want to thank whoever it was from Albertus Magnus High School that shared that one.
That doesn't even look like you, man. Like, I would not, if you put
that's hilarious.
that picture, I wouldn't have said, oh, that's Jim when he was a kid.
Oh, God, that poor little guy. So that is freshman year of high school. That's about 1986.
Speaking of lonely males, how was that guy doing in high school?
I mean, those are serial killer glasses. That is the worst haircut in history.
Yeah, you got some Dahmer going there.
Got a lot of Dahmer going. The collar of that shirt,
huge.
That's a lot. That's a young man throwing around a lot of collar. And that sweater is part of the required uniform.
Okay.
So yeah, that's James Sexton. I got stuffed in a lot of lockers.
Were you bullied?
I was bullied badly.
Really?
Yeah, I was bullied.
Like
There's actually
true bullying?
Oh yeah. There's a photo of me coming out of biology lab somewhere. I'll have to find it. And I'm holding my books, and down the side of one of my bio books is the name Sexton written down the side of it. And I remember showing the picture to a girl I was dating, and she said, "Why did you write your name down the side of your books?" And like it was nothing. I said, "Oh, because when I would get like beat up or like pushed in the hallway and my books would scatter, I know which one was mine."
No way.
Yeah. I used to get tortured. So actually, I'll tell you a funny revenge story. So I'm going to leave his name out, but there was a young man who essentially tortured me from probably second grade on, like second grade until junior year of high school. Like, he just made my life miserable. He had 4 older brothers, so he was like a kind of tough kid, because you have to be if you're the youngest of 4 brothers. And he would just bully me every day from like first or second grade on. Just tortured me. Just ganged everybody up against me. He was popular. He was,
gonna get my
just
eggs.
very self-confident, and he used to just make my life absolute hell. And I hated him like I've never hated anything or anyone in my entire life. I was really convinced single-handedly he was solely responsible for the misery of my day-to-day existence when I was that age. And of course, as you see from the picture, I was a pretty easy target. So I came to find out in my early 30s, when I had just started being successful as a lawyer. I bought a BMW. I was wearing decent suits for the first time. I had a couple of lawyers working for me. This was like early successful. And I found out he owned a bar. And I don't remember who told me, but I was doing a deposition and had 2 of the lawyers who worked for me with me. And it was right near where this bar was. And we finished the deposition. I said, guys, and I told them the story of this person. We're going to call him John. And I said, let's go to this bar and see if he's there. Because, you know, if you remember that Jim in the picture, you wouldn't recognize this one.
No way.
So I was like, let's go, and I'm going to fuck with him. Like, at this point, I'm training Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. At this point, like, I've got money at that point. I'm like, you know what? I'll catch a lawsuit. That's cool. Like, I just want to, like, I'm gonna beat the shit out of him. Like, I basically just said, like, let's go there, and I'm going to pick a fight. Like, because this is, like, younger Jim is owed this one.
Yes.
And if I got to give this guy $100 grand because I knocked his fucking teeth in, it'll be worth it. It'll be the best money I ever spent.
Gangster,
so I say
by
to
the
these
way.
guys,
Gangster.
I'm like, we're going right now. So they're like, let's do it, you know? So we get there, we get to this place, we sit down, we order some stuff, and I say to the young waitress who serves us, I said, by the way, this place is owned by John Smith, right? She said, yeah. I said, is John here? She goes, yeah, he's probably in the office. I said, do me a favor, could you have him come out? Could you tell him that someone's here that knows him? She goes, yeah, can I give him your name? I'm like, no, I'd rather surprise him. She's like, oh, yeah, okay, sure. Disappears for a minute. I'm like, I can feel the adrenaline. I'm like, oh my God, this is it. Like, this is so many years of just hatred. Like, it's ready. Comes out, and it's him. I don't know, 20 years later, whatever. He comes out and he looks at me and goes, hey guys, how we doing? And you can't figure out like which of the three of us is the one that wanted him. And I said, how you doing, John? And he goes, I'm great. How you doing, guys? I said, good. I said, you don't remember me? And he said, no, I'm sorry, I don't. And I go, not at all. And he goes, no, I'm sorry, I don't remember you. I go, and the waitress is still standing there because she's sort of excited, like, oh, I can't, like, he knows my boss. And I said, yeah, Jim Sexton. And he goes, oh my God. He goes, wow. He goes, holy cow. He goes, I never would have recognized you. Oh my God. He's like, and he starts talking to the server, and he goes, this guy, we went to school together from what grade was it? Like first grade, second grade? I said, yeah, first, second grade. He goes, yeah. He goes, oh my God. He goes, I was like such a little shit. And my brothers used to torture me, and like I used to come into school and torture him. But I was like just such an insecure little piece of garbage, and he was so smart, and I was so jealous that he was smart. And like, what do you do for a living? And I was like, I'm a lawyer. I'm actually, these guys work for me. And he was like, I knew it. I knew you'd be something. Like I knew you'd be a lawyer, a doctor. Like this guy was so smart, and I was such an idiot that I was like, I was so mad and jealous that he was such a smart guy. And and I'm sitting there and I'm like, God damn it. Oh. I can't punch your teeth out now, man. And he's like, yeah. He's like, oh my God, man. He's like, well, first of all, he's like, your lunch is on me. He's like, I'm so glad you stopped by. Like, it's so good to, like, you look amazing. Like, I'm so, So then I'm like, how's your mom? She doing all right? And he's like, yeah, no, she's good. Thank you. And I'm like, oh, that's good. Give her my best, And that was it. Like, I just, damn. It was such a, I don't want to say I had, like, revenge blue balls. But I really was like, oh man, I've been wasting all this hate all these years. I've been carrying this around. And
that's a good lesson to learn.
It was a great lesson for me. And the funny thing is I saw him 3-4 more times. Just ran into him later. And every time I saw him, he'd be like, hey Jim. And I'd be like, hey John, how you doing, man? And we would have it back and forth. And then the really sad PS to the story is he died. He died in a accident.
Oh,
he had
shit.
a terrible accident in his late 30s.
Oh man! Wow.
And he died pretty tragically. And so I'm actually really glad that I was able to like have that sort of reconcile. I learned something from him.
Yeah.
I learned from him that like carrying that stuff around, it was heavier on me than it was on him. And that revenge fantasy was just that. It was a fantasy. And the reality actually of sort of connecting with the guy was actually better than beating him up probably would have been, and certainly cheaper. But yeah, that was the PS of that story.
Was the bullying perhaps the impetus for starting martial arts? Because we have another picture here from Jim's history
Jesus.
when he was in his Daniel-san phase, the Karate Kid. He went to Miyagi. He learned how to wax on, wax
That
off.
was Okinawan Goju Ryu Karate.
Yeah.
I happen to have a black belt in it. Thank you.
Learned how to defend himself against the John Smiths of the world.
Starting karate. Yeah.
Oh
there
yeah.
it is. Yeah.
Bruce Lee in the back.
Notice, by the way, Bruce Lee poster in the back. Above that is Sho Kasugi from Enter the Ninja.
Sure.
And then the Jim's room that I made with my printer because I had a Franklin Ace 1000 computer, which was an Apple knockoff clone. But yeah, and that was. Oh, and I think the jars behind me, that was my bottle cap collection. Yeah, it's.
Oh, what a cool kid!
It is shocking I didn't get laid until college, but yeah, that was Lethal Weapon Jim Sexton right there.
Nunchucks.
My nunchucks, I bought them. I saved up all of my money from like shoveling snow and things like that, and bought them at the that was called the Trader's Post. But yeah, I was that's what I did. I took up martial arts because I was bullied a lot, and yeah, my parents thought, oh, maybe this would be good for him. But then, like, the first thing they teach you in all the martial arts things is, like, don't
fight.
You know, don't fight. And, but it was good. It was ultimately very good for me. And my first karate teacher, Sensei Gary Lutz, was one of the first, like, positive male role models in my life. He was disciplined and focused. He was kind of all the things that my dad struggled with. My dad, you know, had a lot of alcohol issues and other issues. And I had this karate teacher who was super disciplined, super focused. I used to go to the karate school early. I'd ride my bike there and go there early and help clean the dojo beforehand, and just to be around him, you know. Mm-hmm. And he had a bald head, a shaved head, and he used to stand in horse stance, which is this really hard stance to hold, and he would just hold horse stance while shaving his head. I just thought this is the coolest fucking guy in the whole world, and I aspired to be like him. And yeah, I trained martial arts for, you know, I trained karate for, I don't know, 12, 13 years, and then Muay Thai kickboxing, judo,
Welcome to the stream.
And I found Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Sorry. I'm eating some eggs. And some toast. Thanks for dropping by. We're just watching James Sexton talk about masculinity, how he was bullied when he was younger. Kind of like really sad story. I was bullied when I was younger, but not quite like him. The things that he was describing was very, very extreme. And he actually bumped into his bully, I think in his early 30s when he started getting some success in his career. He's probably like 50 or 60 now, I'm assuming. But yeah, that guy was like, he owned a bar or something like that in New York. He went into the bar with, I think, some of his like protege lawyers. And he was going to fuck him up, basically. Sat down, and then the waitress went to get the owner, who he obviously didn't name. That guy came out, and he was like, do you recognize me? And he's like, no, I'm sorry, I don't. And he's like, not at all. And then he introduced himself. And that guy immediately said, like, oh, hey, you know, I'm so glad you dropped by. Like, I was such an asshole to you when I was younger. You know, I had like 3 older brothers. Like, they would just like basically torture me nonstop, and I basically took that out on you. I was really jealous that you were going to become, you know, you're way smarter than me. You were going to become like a lawyer or a doctor or whatever. Like, what profession are you in? And he was like, oh, I'm a lawyer. These are actually my lawyers, right? Like, own a law firm. And yeah, so it was interesting for sure. Yeah, to see that. Yeah. And then I guess they made peace, and at the end of it, unfortunately, tragically, the bully died. Or untragically. I don't know. Whatever you want to say about that, but yeah.
To maybe about 15, 16 years ago, and that became really the one I put everything else down and really focused on that. But yeah, that's the old school karate Jim Sexton.
Just gonna see some NBA scores. Oh Jesus, Lakers lost big. They got smoked. Who played? LeBron played. Oh, Luka's still out. Austin Reeves played, but only 22 minutes. It was minus 17. So he was out of he was probably in a minute restriction, I'm guessing. Oh, they got smoked. They lost bad. The Suns are probably better than them because they're just more athletic. and younger. Especially without Luka. Like, if they had Luka, obviously, I think this would be a different game, but it would probably be really close. Yeah, I think the last head-to-head matchup, the Lakers won by 1 or something. Yeah, Phoenix leads 2-1. Game 1, Lakers won 125-108. Game 2, Phoenix 116-114. Or sorry, Lakers won game 2 by 2 points. Phoenix blew them out by like 20 points almost. They blew them out by 30 points. Yeah. They meet 2 more times before the end of the year. So, yeah, something to keep in mind. And oh, it's all my content. That's smart. I'll be right back, guys. I am back. One second, everyone. Just gonna level up one of my guys. Still 3 more level ups to go. Just do a scout battle. Oh, forgot to do this.
This is what I made as a personal chef in Beverly Hills. I always start off by making a mental list of things that must be done first. And usually the first thing I like to take care of is the protein. In today's case, it's this Mary's organic chicken, which I broke down, seasoned liberally, put into a cold pan, and set the heat to low to render out the fat. While that's going, I jump onto the veg. By the way, did you know it's Brussels sprouts with an S at the end and not Brussels sprouts? I feel like not a lot of people do. Anyways, I cut off the stem, then in half, and remove a few of the outer layers that don't look as pretty. Give them a rinse and let those drain. I check on the chicken and put a press on to make sure that all the skin is touching the pan and to promote even rendering and browning. Toss the Brussels with a bit of olive oil, salt, and into the oven. We got these beautiful multi-heirloom carrots, so I peel them and cut into obliques. Carrots are also one of the vegetables that we get every week from the farmer's market delivery. The chicken is looking pretty good. I pull them off the heat and into a pan when they're about 80% cooked. This is so that when it's time to serve, I can just throw them into the oven at a high temperature to quickly finish cooking and not have to worry about timing or getting the skin crispy. It's a good way to take the stress off if you're throwing a dinner party. Salt and into the oven. We got these beautiful multicolored heirloom carrots, so I peeled them and cut into obliques. Carrots are also one of the vegetables that we get every week from the farmer's market delivery. The chicken is looking pretty good. I pull them off the heat and into a pan when they're about 80% cooked. This is so that when it's time to serve, I can just throw them into the oven at a high temperature to quickly finish cooking and not have to worry about timing or getting the skin crispy. It's a good way to take the stress off if you're throwing a dinner party and you don't want to be rushing when your guests arrive. I add some water and salt to the carrots and let those gently cook in the oven. To make a pan sauce, I finally cut some shallots, add it to the pan, give that a mix with a wooden spoon, and scrape the fond off the bottom. Add some crushed garlic, deglaze with some Chardonnay, and let that reduce until the alcohol smell is gone. The Brussels are nicely roasted and good to eat at this point, but I had a bit of balsamic vinaigrette left, so I poured some over the Brussels and threw it into the oven to caramelize. Brussels sprouts are one of those vegetables that absolutely need a little bit of a char. The carrots have cooked, so I drained the water, added a little agave, salt, and into the oven to finish caramelizing. The wine has now reduced, so I added chicken stock, let it reduce, and to finish, mount the sauce with little knobs of butter. You do have to be careful when mounting with butter. If your sauce gets too hot, it'll break. If it gets cold because you add too much butter too fast, the fat will congeal and it will also break. There are ways to fix it, but if you do it with just butter, you won't have to even worry about it. Heat control is one of the most important parts of cooking. With everything done, I start to plate. Agave roasted carrots, balsamic Brussels, sauce on the bottom so the chicken skin stays crispy, then the chicken, and that's lunch. This is what I made as a personal chef in Beverly Hills. I always start...
What if laziness is a habit of thinking about the cost of things or the effort instead of thinking about the payoff? I'm going to say it again to get a few more heads to explode. What if laziness is nothing but a habit of thinking about the effort instead of thinking about the outcome? What if you could reverse laziness by simply developing a habit of thinking more about the, let's say, the delicious food that you would like to enjoy instead of how long it would take you to get up and go get it? Why is it that people have a second child? You know, why does a woman who goes through this awful, awful childbirth have a second child? Don't they always say the same thing? If I remembered how bad this was, I wouldn't do it again. Right? So the not thinking about the effort is vital to actually the survival of humanity. If we focused on how hard it was to have a baby, you just wouldn't do it. Or you do too little of it. But if you focus on how awesome it would be to have a family, well, there you go. You're going to go through the pain because you've already committed. Am I ambitious, or do I simply have a thinking habit which produces dopamine because I'm thinking about the positive outcome? And is the dopamine the thing that gets me up and moving? And when you're observing me, you say, how the hell do you get so much done? Right? And how do I do it? I think it's just this. I think it's just this. When I think of all the things I do, I think about them in terms of their benefits.
That's smart. Sometimes laziness cripples us. I mean, I'm definitely guilty of that aspects of my life. I think especially fitness. Okay, let's queue up a game. Let's queue up a match. It's getting pretty chilly. It's probably 4 degrees outside. But it's like 20 degrees in my apartment. Okay. So we're gonna play Pudge. I haven't been playing Pudge well, to be honest with you. So definitely some of the games that I've lost are my faults. We're versus a Rubik and a Jug. Not exactly a great lane. I think what I can do is try to smoke to get first blood, and then the off lane is gonna be Witch Doctor Doom. So once I get level 2, I might actually portal over to see if I can get a kill. Even if I die, getting a kill for Morph and Phoenix, which isn't a very good lane, is probably high value. But that would mean that my Dawn would be left alone. Yeah. It's good and bad with that, I guess. I think I need a blink this game. Maybe. I don't know. We do have Dawn to initiate, so it's not super bad. And we want to stay away from Viper, like he's strong, especially early game.
Prepare for battle.
Excuse me. What I need to do is try to unblock the hard camp for my Dawn. Or sorry, block the easy camp and then unblock the hard camp.
To battle. Let's get moving.
So much meat, so little time.
Okay. I don't know if Jug switch lanes would do. Excuse me. Maybe. Could have happened. Gonna try to deny these creep as quickly as possible here.
Too much sense, more out of your mouth. Under attack. ready. Bloody time.
Excuse me.
Here I come. You've got me.
I'll probably feed a couple times if I go top, but right now I'm not doing anything. We're losing pretty badly.
Right, Tim.
Like, lost all 3 lanes. Partly my fault, for sure. Could have played the juggling better. I think we had way more kill threat, but Dawn and I were just not on the same
I guess
page with
Radiant
stuff.
fortified their structures.
But let's see if we can, like, kill this here. Maybe. He's really tanky to level 8. I think they see me.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Forward.
Dire Snow fortified their structures.
Carnage.
You really should look at your bottom tower. There's really no reason to stand for this.
Coming through.
Dominating. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has been denied. We all love that tower.
Forward. Lightning. You've got me.
Got 2 kills there without anyone dying, so that's good.
And now. Hold on back. Coming through. Forward. Yes.
Look at your bottom tower. Dire's courier has been killed. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. tower has fallen.
Lightning. Yabble.
Radiant structures are
Coming through.
fortified.
Right. Here I come. Right. Yes. Right here. Yep.
Mega kill!
Yes. Aye, aye. Head now. Here I come. Good idea. Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Cut to the chase.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. I knew you could do it.
Aye, aye.
Your bottom tower has fallen. Killing spree.
Coming through.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yep. Head now. Forward.
We're getting pretty destroyed here.
Right to it. Lightning. Right.
Am I making enough of game impact? No, I'm not. Definitely not. Fuck, man. It's not my best punch game, but I don't know if it's the worst. Like, yes, I do have 2 flesh heaps, and I should be more active on the map, especially in the beginning. It's a pretty hard lane for me to gank. They warded pretty well everywhere, and they were contesting. Also, their heroes are pretty tanky. Well, besides the supports, but...
Killing spree. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Morph died once. Top. To Jug, we tried to TP in to get him. I mean, this is almost game right here. Just how far ahead they are.
Your middle tower is under attack. Mega kill.
Okay, I guess my sacrifice was worth it. I tanked the entire Omni, and I guess I saved Dawn, but... I mean, it was worth it because we got 4 kills and we defended racks. No one bought back from our team, so that was a stupid duck by them, but I'm not having a good game. I don't think I can go blink. Like, I can't even get inside to make it make sense, you know? Stack camps, what we can do. I think I can go 4 staff though, or ghost. Morph almost has shotgun, so his farm is pretty decent given the crap game that we have here. And then once he does that, like, I think things will be a lot better. Okay, Phoenix died.
Forward! Animal! Head now.
Roshan's down.
I'll do the same thing.
I actually didn't mean to do that. Yeah, this is turning into a pretty bad game for me. Okay, shotgun's online. Jug has butterfly though, so he's like really gonna hit fucking hard. I need to get a glimmer
Tower
up.
is under attack.
We missed the glyph before the tower, which kind of needed to defend.
The enemy is attacking the middle barracks. Middle barracks. Your middle barracks have fallen.
Okay, I'm up.
Your middle barracks have fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes. Right to it. Good idea.
We're really behind. We lost that set, lost Dawn there, but our two cores, position 1, position 3 didn't die. Our position 2. Oh, I don't know. I've tanked a couple Blade Storms just to not get the morph dead, which I think is the right recipe.
Battle facing those traps. Killing spree. Double kill.
Failure again.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Stop them.
Finally did something.
Bottom barracks under attack. You're attacking your bottom barracks. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your bottom barracks
taking Scotty.
It's a smell. Coming through. Right near.
I have 2 flesh heap stacks. Jeez. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't play Pudge. I don't know. Fuck, man. I think we probably lost without Morph here. On the top push. Jesus Christ.
There's no more.
Holy shit, he got split in half.
Your top barracks have fallen. They're attacking top barracks. Your top barracks have fallen.
I don't know. We had a 4 protect 1 and then, yeah.
Don't let your middle tower fall. Middle tower's down. You just let them. Your middle tower is under attack. Your ancient is under attack. Defend your ancient. Brings a new defender. Radiant victory.
That did not go well. Yeah, I guess they can blame me. It's fine. Like, I did not play well. I'm not gonna say that I did. Like, a pretty tough game. Like, I don't know. There's definitely things I could have done better. I'm soft support again, so I think I'll probably roll with Pugna this game. I don't know. Oh, I did it again. I just realized you guys couldn't see the entire game. Sorry about that. I played poorly for sure. I should have been more active on the map. I think that Dawn and I actually had an advantage in lane because we 2-on-1 the Jug till he was like pretty low, and we should have capitalized on that. I definitely missed a lot of hooks. I was really off about that. I was trying to play defensive hooking when I don't know if that was the right move, to be honest. Yeah, probably wasn't, given like how it ended up. I wonder Morph should have participated in fights with us a little bit more, although he is a Morph. And I think he got Manta to try to split push as much as possible, but we didn't really hold towers 4 protect 1. And so the map shrunk really quick, and they pretty much won like every lane, I think. Yeah, I tried to go top to gank once, that failed. And then I stacked a couple camps. Yeah, that game was a mess. I just feel like there's a lot of things that went wrong. Let's look at the 10-minute net worth. So Doom was up, and Jug was up significantly. So we lost bot bad, and they lost top. Mid was won by us, so that was good. We probably should have played around SF. He died a couple times, which caused him to not be able to snowball, which was obviously bad for us. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's one of those things where let's see, Oracle has 1 sentry. Okay, I think I can bully him out of lane though.
Oh, yes.
We'll see.
I'm going.
Alright, Frog is doing a good job of
I take and I take. Here, let me get back.
directing traffic, shall we say. Okay, I'm gonna body block the initial camp, I think. That's what I'm gonna do. Actually, I'll just launch this right here. Start to spam out.
Why not?
I'll body block this. Oracle still has a sentry, so we're good, and then I'll pull. I think Oracle understands that I can outduel him.
I'm under attack. Try.
That's fine. I don't care about that. You're trying to get, like, what I'm trying to do, or I should be trying to do better, is get doubles. So harass them both at the same time, or harass the tower. I'm not exactly doing the best job out of it, so.
Out of my way.
The middle tower is under attack. I don't think you want that to
Gonna miss this.
On my way. Out of my way. Oblivion comes.
realized how much damage Netherwood actually does.
Why nothing? By the nether reaches.
Look at that. Radiant's courier just got killed.
Out of my way.
Oh, I was underestimating how much damage
Dire's
that
courier
does.
has been killed.
Wandering. You've seen your already there.
Double kill.
Cross you. Oh yes. Rage of a mage.
Well, I got 2 kills. So I guess that's a win. And Disruptor had to TP over, which is good. And I'm just gonna see if they actually planted a... There's no reason he would walk up that high, unless they planted an obs there. So it was like really bizarre positioning.
My way.
I'm gonna plant it over here. Nope.
You wish.
Oh, he was trying to glimpse someone. Sorry, that's my bad. I see.
I'll take a crack at it. A little jog. Wandering. By the nether reaches. Not while I'm around. Take it. I'll do you violence. Oblivion come. Netherly. Try me. How does Flora I'm going. My way. To the nether hell. Already there. Oh yes.
Okay, I have level 3 Nether Blast, which is good. I have my Arcane Boots. So I'm pretty armed at the teeth, and you can see that even though there's some chip damage here, I don't know if we should go for this. I don't think we should. Almost within denial range, so I probably should stop to get the last hit, or prevent them from actually denying. They're getting bamboozled top.
The enemy's bottom tower is down.
It's okay. It's really not a bad thing. Gotta help other lanes now. Shove.
Already there. I'll take that. Just try me. I was headed that way myself. Yonder I wander.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Why not?
I need 6.
Oh yes. Out of my way.
I think it was worth it. Yeah, I mean, I got Lion a kill. He's our mid. I'm position 4. It's actually pretty foolish that he went for that.
Killing spree.
I'll take a crack.
Cam coming top.
Try me. I'm going. Don't make me hate you. Already there. Oh yes. Yonder I walk. Out of my way. Not yet. Wandering. Oh, I'm gone.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. Dominating.
Oh, that was foolish of me. Yeah, I shouldn't have got that close. That was really dumb. And I had Decrepify. I could have decrep myself, like, basically a couple seconds. Because it lasts a long time, right? Lasts 3.5 seconds. That's a lot of damage I would have taken. Had I actually been smart. Fuck.
You really should look at your bottom tower. Your middle tower is under attack. Dire Seal fortified their structures. Killing spree. Double
The good thing is the Drow is probably caught up quite a bit because she's been farming the entire time while Medusa's actually helping them. So we destroyed Medusa, but we haven't really been playing very well over the last little bit. I'm gonna get health. Just gonna fucking siege this.
Your top tower is under attack.
Elsie's probably gonna come
Let's
kill
talk
me.
about your top tower.
Okay, we got that.
Enemy's middle
It's
tower
quite a bit
has
of gold
fallen.
for us. Okay, Elsie's top.
Your top tower is under attack. Let's talk about your top tower. Your bottom tower is under attack. kill.
On my way. The Never's reach is long.
It looks like Dire fortified their structures. Your middle tower is under attack.
Let's go. Yonder.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh yes. A little jaunt. Out of my way. On my way. I'll take a crack at it. Out of my way.
You really should look at your bottom tower. Your bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower didn't know what hit it.
Oh, I'm calling.
Your bottom tower just fell. Maybe you shouldn't look.
Yonder, I want. You're only making it worse. Try me. I'm under attack. A real blast. Wandering.
a smoke. Let's go.
Oh, yes.
Just leave Drow to farm her BKB. She's fucking useless until she gets 2 spells and she gets fucking done. We should try to Roche. LC's down. You have wards?
Out of my way.
Your bottom tower is under
Oh.
attack.
I'll take a crack at it. On my way.
Someone tank it for her, please.
Dominating.
So frustrating.
Oh, I'm gone.
We can't make it here as fast as you can. We're in the fucking pit, committed. We don't have high ground vision. We didn't deward here.
I'm going.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Now we just gave him free Roche. Yeah, there's like fucking 4 obs in there.
Out of my way.
We ought to. Drow's like level 14. Like we just need to buckle down and farm. We're gonna lose in like 3 minutes. Medusa's 3 levels ahead of her, even though she got kicked out of lane in like 6 minutes.
Oh, yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yonder, I want. Try me.
You really should look at your bottom tower.
Why not?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Out of my way.
You really should look at your bottom tower. Bottom tower is gone forever.
I'll take a crack
Your
at
bottom tower is under attack.
it. John.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
Don't defend mid.
Structures are fortified.
You're by yourself. Okay, they're split up now. Medusa and Oracle are top. We could try for here.
I'm going.
Rubik's alone for a
Your
second.
middle tower is under attack.
Disruptor's right here.
Wandering. I'll put my power to no
Mega kill.
out of my way.
gotta defend top.
Your top tower is under attack.
We defend top, please.
Let's talk about your top
My
tower.
Stalker is up in 15 seconds. Someone's gonna get dueled. Like, it's gonna happen unless we kill LC right off the bat. I don't know what else to tell you guys.
Double kill. Killing spree.
This is fucking crazy.
Your top barracks are under attack. You wish you took better care of those barracks. Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks have fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Okay, last fight.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire have fortified their structures.
Look, I'm the only one who can save you guys pretty much, so some of you have to go in.
Your middle tower is under attack. Killing spree. Don't let your middle tower fall.
Let me see if I can cut the lane.
Middle tower is down.
It's too late.
Just let them. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks have fallen. Radiant's courier has been killed. Your bottom tower is under attack. Bottom tower is gone for the night. Your bottom barracks have fallen. I tried to warn you. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks have fallen. The enemy now has mega creeps. I don't like the looks of that. Don't let your middle tower fall.
Alright, last fight, I guess. You guys are gonna need to fight.
Your middle tower is under attack.
We going in?
Your middle tower is gone. I tried to warn you. Your middle tower is under attack. Middle tower is down. Just let them. Are you even patient?
We destroyed bot.
A day in Unspoken. Your ancient is dominating.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, their entire team is like 5 levels ahead of us.
Double kill. Radiant victory.
fucking... Yeah, sometimes this game can make you super toxic. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. It's like we did a good job of five manning to kill the towers, but Drow really needs to know when to, like, she actually doesn't really need to go back us up on those towers at times. Or when she does, she just needs to peel away and then like kill the tower and then basically go back to farming. Like you looked at me scanning the graphs, like she was top net worth at 10 minutes. Yeah, it's like really bad. I just can't explain how bad it was. The last two games. Did I play perfectly? No, I did not. And I think Night Stalker tried to make space, which was good. I appreciate that from him. There's some things where... Oh, I got counterpicked. He could pick any mage, but honestly, it's not, probably not the best. Yeah, Urza's way better. Versus Axe, Urza's way better. In that case, I'll get a smoke. Likely gonna spam Battle Hunger on me. I'm gonna try to be pretty aggressive here. It's gonna be mid-Ember. It's gonna be ES and Axe, so I think if I can outlast them, then I can give Urza a pretty good shot. But I do get countered by a lot of this shit. Yeah, it's just not fun. I hate playing against Axe. I have him on my ban list, but I mean, you don't always get don't always get what you want, right?
Take a care when my shadow falls upon the fall. Indeed.
I think I picked Notho Blue.
Prepare for battle.
Yeah, I did. I actually kind of like this talent because it gives you the extra shield. I've lost 2 in a row ranked, so that's never fun. First game, the Pudge game, you know, I'll take it on the chin. That was me. I think I played much better in the Pugna round, and Jesus Christ, our fucking cores.
Wait for me. Rite of passage. Yes. Healing
30 seconds to battle.
attack.
First blood. Double kill.
So we got 4 for 2, which is great. One of the things not so great is I used up a lot, but that's okay. Actually,
The spiritual journey. Shadows keep you. Heal or harm.
okay, I got this now.
Shadows come.
Mana regen. Good thing about this Tango is that actually really came in handy.
Healing.
Let's see if we block the camp.
Shadows come. For the shadows. Confirmed. I'm under attack. The touch of the old. Of course. Who needs healing? Healing here. Indeed. Rite of passage.
Look at that. Radiant's courier just got killed.
Babylon. Shadow to shadow. On my way.
Ooh, Fire's courier got killed. Those things aren't cheap, you know.
Ask and you'll receive. Now. Come, comrades. Shadows keep you. I'm with you. Shadow wave. Wings. A spiritual journey. Dark light.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Ask and you'll receive.
Yeah, it's the power of Urza. Fairy swipes.
I go where I need it.
2-0 and 6. I'm playing much better this game, so that's good.
A spiritual journey. Shadows come.
One thing I gotta get back to is polling for sure.
Who needs
Have
healing?
not been doing a good job of that. That's on me.
Healing here. Confirmed.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Let's talk about it.
shadow, gold and sweet.
Double kill.
Shadows keep you.
Killing spree.
Of course. Wait for me. Feel the wave. Who needs healing? Not yet. Not right. On my way. Rite of passage. Bringing the pain.
Radiant's courier just got killed. Mega kill.
Confirmed. Not time yet. Indeed.
The enemy's bottom tower is strong. You did the right thing. Mega kill. Unstoppable. Double kill.
Receive. Healing here. Canonized. A spiritual journey.
middle tower has fallen.
Who needs healing? Healing here. Shadows come. On my way. Indeed. Fusion. I go where I need it. Ask and you'll receive bounty. I'm with you. Shadow wave. Wait for me. A sacrament. Of
Don't
course.
let your middle tower fall.
Confirmed. Bringing the pain.
Dominating.
Right.
Own it.
The spiritual journey.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Power of a priest. From shadow to shadow. Yes. Ask and you'll receive. Indeed. Rite of passage. The spiritual journey. Travel on. Confirmed. Of course. I go where I need it. From shadow to shadow.
Against radiant fertilizing structures. Your middle tower is under attack.
Who needs healing?
The middle tower has fallen.
Yes. I'm with you. Shadows come.
Let's talk about your top tower.
Shadows keep you. On my way. Wait for me. From shadow to shadow. Wait for me. Invisibility. On my way. Yes. Who needs healing? Indeed. Ask and you'll receive. Indeed. Shadows keep you. Zap. Attack. Like a shadow. Rite of passage. Of course. Dark light.
Radiant structures have been snow fortified.
Of course. Dazzle. Travel on. I'm not ready.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Healing here.
The enemy's top tower just shattered into little pieces.
I go where I need it. Shadow wave. Shadows keep. Flash me.
Double kill. Element.
Ask and you'll receive.
Your bottom tower is under attack. There's really no reason to stand for this. You really should look at your bottom tower.
Wait for me.
Your bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's top tower has fallen. You really should look at your bottom tower.
Into my shadow.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Shadow to shadow. Zap. I'm not ready. Rite of passage. Yes.
Enemy's top barracks drop like some stupid hot thing.
Confirmed. Of course. I cast along my shadow. Gold and sweet. Travel on. Confirmed. Receive. On my way. Healing. Who needs healing? For the order. Rite of passage. A spiritual journey. The shadows cast. Shadows come.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
From shadow to shadow.
Your bottom tower has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified.
Wait for me.
Your bottom tower is under attack. There go the enemy's top barracks. You really should look at your bottom tower. The enemy's middle tower won't remain. You really should look at your bottom tower. Your bottom tower does about 3 Bottom barracks under attack. Killing spree. The enemy's middle barracks have fallen. Dominating.
Okay, good game, guys. At least we won. I think we lost 2 in a row, and then we won this one. I wasn't sure about this one just because I got counterpicked by when I picked Dazzle, but you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Just gonna, yeah, Prophet probably deserves #1 spot. She just really destroyed Jug that game. Like, let's see the... I healed 25k, so that's good. I have 35 assists, which means I was part of pretty much all the kills. Well, half of the kills because we got 62. Let's see, like, the graphs here. Yeah, she really destroyed Jug in lane. You can see it's like a 2,000 gold difference. It's a lot. Oh, hello. Welcome to the channel. Thanks for tuning in. Not too much. How are you? Just doing some streaming, trying to no problem at all. I mean, whatever I can do to help. Yeah, if you've never been to this channel before, I haven't really done too much with it, but I'm just trying to stream. So if you have any problems or anything like that, feel free to open up about them. I mean, horrible reputation? What's your horrible reputation? Sorry, there's probably like a really big time delay based on... Like I'm seeing some of the chat right now. I apologize, maybe I missed this before. Could you expand upon that? I can't recover from having a horrible... What's caused your horrible reputation? Oh, okay. So what's caused your horrible reputation? Can you give me a little bit of insight into that? And you can leave names out if you want to be anonymous about these things. I'm still listening. I'm just getting a glass of water. Do we know each other personally? Or are you just new to this channel? I mean, you don't have to say if you don't want to. If you want, I mean, it's supposed to be a safe space, so anonymous, or if you don't want me to know, but you actually know me in real life, then I mean, that's totally cool as well. But yeah, if you're having, I don't, you're gonna have to expand upon that if you have. Just being consistently and inconsistently disrespected. Your privacy is being invaded. How so? Can you expand upon that a little bit? I think that's probably going to help me understand a little bit more about what you're going through. Well, I mean, welcome to the channel. I'm glad that you appreciate that there's a space for men. Like, that's that's kind of why I made this stream. I thought it would resonate with more people. Obviously, I have a very small viewership or subscribership, so I imagine there's not too many people on. But I try to stream, or at least I'm committed in December to streaming Monday to Thursday, 8 to 12 Pacific time. I'm taking tomorrow off and the following day, obviously, because it's Christmas. But I will try to continue on when I can, and sometimes I pop in if I'm not doing anything on the weekend and stuff. So, yeah, if you want to talk about it, I'm here. If you want to tell me anonymously what it is. I just typed "let's talk" in the search bar for YouTube Live. Will people have recordings and photos of me just being harassed and assaulted by employees inside and outside of work? Recordings and photos, are they like compromising recordings and photos? I don't quite understand. So harassment is one thing, not that it's okay, but assaulting another employee is a completely different level, right? That's assault literally means that someone is like physically putting their hands on you, right? And if it's a workplace thing, like if it's happening in the workplace, then I don't know what your workplace is like if you have an HR department, but you probably need to file a huge complaint and videotape some of this stuff happening, or have a recorder on you to record exactly what's going on to compile evidence. And I don't exactly know the details of your situation, but if you're going through something that's this bad, I would like log everything, like interactions that you've had with people, who you met with, why you met with them, at what timestamps and dates. Like, you should have a very detailed log of like what has happened, because it's going to be like, I guess if this ever gets taken to court, whatever you're going through, it's like their word versus yours. And the more empirical evidence that you have, the more credible your arguments is going to be. Right? Like, if a judge sees that, wow, this person's actually logged details of like every single event or harassment case or whatever that's happened, and like, like the people that were there. So even if it was like a bunch of people harassing you, no, not compromising, it's too late for me to complain. It's just the after effects. Okay. So it's not compromising video or photos, but yet you still feel that it's embarrassing enough or whatever to put you in like that they're harassing you and assaulting you. So I guess there's like two different things right now, right? Like, assault is literally someone like putting their hands on you, right? Or essay, I can't really say it on YouTube, or probably going to take my stuff off of stream, but is it essay? If it's essay, then I really think that you probably need to go to the police. And I mean, first and foremost, I'm very sorry that you went through whatever you're going through. I obviously don't know the details about this, but whatever it is, that's horrible. And I truly am sorry. I don't know you, you don't know me, but like, human to human, like, that should never happen to another person. So the next thing is like, I really do think that you should probably go to the police to report this as soon as possible. And if you have a friend that's like a supportive friend to go with you, because I don't know if you really should be going alone to go to those things, that's probably important. I would probably file a police case as soon as possible if it's that severe. And I might even like call a lawyer. I would talk to them anyways. Like, I know it's hard to open up about those wounds, but if it's been, are you worried that it's been so long ago that you can't find justice? Because, like, I don't know where you live, if it's in the US or whatever. I think there's some states that if it lapses by 20 years or however long the crime's been committed, like even if they're found guilty, they can't really be guilty anymore because it's like the time has gone past for so long. But either way, like I think even if they were registered on the sex offenders list or something like that, if there's like capability to be able to do that, at least you might. Okay, so does that mean that you were drugged, perhaps? Like, did you ever do a talk screen after it happened to find out what might have happened to you or, like, what they gave you? The other thing that I don't know what your financial situation is, but if this happened from, like, if this was happening with your employees, or sorry, your employees did this to you, I think you need to find another workplace, or you probably should report this to HR either way, because yes, maybe the time has gone past. So there's two things, like, let's maybe break this down here. So I'll just turn off Dota for a second and turn this on. Sorry, so your employees did this to you? Or sorry, your employer did this to you? Like your boss, essentially. And does your boss own the company, or does your boss like work for the company and it's owned by someone else? Like, is there an HR department? So maybe we should like write some bullet points down on like what might need to be done here. So I think like one is to like so I think contacting like HR is one thing, like contacting the police. Yeah, and like, have you told anyone in your family or friend group about it, about what happened? Also, have you sought a therapist, legal counsel, lawyer, if you're gonna sue this person? Did you, I know this is probably tough to talk about. I'm assuming you didn't go to the police, so you didn't do a rape kit after the essay. Or maybe you just can't remember. I don't, yeah. So I think in the immediacy, like, you probably need to talk to HR. Like, if it's your boss, then I'm curious if they're like the owner, or are they the owner? If no, then like you need to ask for a transfer to a different department. I don't know if lawsuits have a, well, I don't know where you live, so I don't know if lawsuits have a statute of limitation, right? Like a statute of limitations. like statute of limitations is law setting maximum time limits to start legal proceedings, preventing state claims, and ensuring fairness in these periods. 2 years in BC for civil matters, and beginning when the claim is discovered about serious crimes. That's okay. It's a place for venting. It's, it's not just a place for, sometimes you just need to talk about it. State of Texas. I mean, I'm here to help or I'm here to listen. Like, that's... I actually used to live in Texas, believe it or not. In Texas, statute of limitations vary greatly by case type. With common civil claims like personal injury, property damage, generally having 2-year limit, while debt collecting allows 4 years, ranging from 2 years of misdemeanors and no limit. So there's no limit for serious crimes like murder, with many felonies falling into the 3 to 10 year range. So has it been 10 years? Right, so stuff like SA, compelling prostitution, elderly disabled, arson, some like major things. There's no limit to certain other stuff here too. Yeah, it's here. So I guess. So I think there's a couple things that you need to do right now, or at least in my opinion. So number one, you don't work there anymore, which I think is a really good thing because you're not around a toxic environment that you just can't figure out, and it's probably driving you crazy because you yourself might have questioned your sanity, right? Like, hey, I know something happened, but like I just can't remember it, and like it's really traumatizing, right? It's probably your body responding to just the people that were around you. I think rather than criminal and legal action right now, just for your personal, like your person, because you're coming on this chat obviously because it's bothering you or has bothered you, right? And it's been 10 years plus, and you're still like it's still taking a toll on you. So have you gone to see a therapist before? So I had a live stream one time where I talked about therapy, how therapy really helped me a bunch, and I would actually recommend that you go to see a therapist. I don't know where you work right now, whether your health benefits covers a certain amount or percentage of therapy to make it more affordable for yourself. Okay, have you? So I guess. Number one, do you like your therapist? Do you find your therapist has actually helped you with things? Have you even talked to your therapist about this particular, case that you're telling about, or this, negative experience that you have gone through? Yeah, so number one, it's really good that you're seeing a therapist. That's awesome. That means you're actively trying to seek help, which is great. Number two, I'm just curious if you've even talked to your therapist about this, or tried to open up about some of this stuff. Yes, I have, man, but it's just ran through my head. It's 2 a.m. right now, and it's, yeah, I know. It's almost Christmas. No, for sure. I'm not questioning that. I'm not telling you to go see a therapist right now. I guess, or see your therapist right now. What I'm wondering is if you've actually talked to your therapist about this in the past, like previous sessions that you've had with this therapist. If you found that this therapist was actually helpful, because I have seen a couple different therapists throughout my life, and honestly, some were good and some were bad, and I had to kind of pick and choose my battles, right? So some I spent a couple days with or whatever, or a couple sessions with, and then I was like, yeah, that's not for me, and it's nothing wrong with them. It's just their, therapy style wasn't my style. So I think that's like important for me to tell you about. Yeah, so I think you have to assess whether or not this therapist is okay for you. And then, so that's important. And then I think the other thing is, even if you don't remember all the things that have happened, I think understanding yourself and how it made you feel or still makes you feel today is probably really, really vital to the healing process. Like, right now you should be seeking justice for yourself, not justice, but that's probably the wrong word to use. I think more so like helping yourself accept the things that have happened so that you can move on. And then I think we can talk about whether or not you can even press legal charges or whatever it might be. Yeah. Because my concern isn't really like putting these scumbags in jail, right? Like, yeah, if they deserved it and they're found guilty, for sure. And I don't know enough about the situation to know that, but I think my main concern is like, are you okay as a person, right? Like, 10 years is a long time to keep some of this stuff buried. Like, I have no idea if you've talked to other people outside of therapy about this, like your friends and family, your spouse, whatever. That stuff matters too, right? It really does. Yeah. Yeah, it must have been a traumatic experience, obviously, for you to come talk to me about it. Yeah. Yeah, I would think over the holidays. I mean, I want you to enjoy your holidays, so try not to focus on too many negative things, but I would definitely try to think whether or not this therapist is the right person for you, whether you've actually opened up, and if they're not right for you, like what type of therapist are you looking for? So some considerations you might want to think about is like, if you're a religious person, if religion matters to you, if you prefer to have a man or a woman therapist, because you might open up better to one versus the other. No, I appreciate it. I mean, I'm not just saying this for the viewership or whatever. Like, I appreciate that you felt compelled enough that you could join a chat and chat with me about it. And honestly, you're like the first person. I just started streaming this month, so I have no idea where this is going, but you're probably like the first like person that I don't know to hop into my stream and actually like converse with me and talk to me about stuff. So I'm as grateful to you as you might be to me. Yeah, most of people that pop in are like friends and family saying hi and whatever and engaging with me, and then they just leave the stream on. But I'm and I'm grateful for those people in my life to be able to support me. But what I really wanted is like to help strangers, right? Like, and yes, the topic for this month is the topic that you see. Maybe next month is going to be a different topic, but really I thought there needs to be a safe space for men to chat about things, like even anonymously if they want to, right? Like there's just nowhere on the internet that you can do that. In fact, I think if men complain about their problems, they're automatically crucified for them. So yeah, I'm glad you felt comfortable enough to come onto this chat. I don't know if anything I said helped you. Maybe it wasn't about help. Maybe it was just about venting and having someone listen. But I'm glad that I was able to be there for you. Yeah. I can tell you a little bit about my time in Texas if you want to, like, since you live in Texas. I actually miss Texas. There's a part of me, anyways, that misses Texas. I lived there from, I want to say 2017 to 2019 in Austin. And I had a really good time. I was there for, I don't know, a year and a half, 2 years or something like that. And yeah, it was great. I love hot weather. Obviously, it's super hot. Thanks for subscribing. I appreciate it. I stream every Monday to Thursday, 8 p.m. to 12 Pacific time, so that's a little bit later for you. I'm not set in stone with those times, but I think it just probably works out for me the best just because I have a day job. But you can always watch my streams after, and I don't, times are tough to afford a video editor right now, but when I do get a video editor, normally I'd probably release actual long form videos on my channel to help people about just in general, like everything, right? I am, yeah, I'm in Canada, I'm in Vancouver. I'm in Vancouver now, yeah. Yeah, so I'm no longer in Texas, but I do miss my time in Texas. It was fun, yeah. Yeah, Texas was a good place. Yeah, I liked it. Yeah. People were friendly. They were kind. At least I find, or I found that they were kind and friendly. I didn't meet too many crazy people. Yeah. Yeah, like the weather. There's a ton of things. I feel like there's a ton of things to do in Texas as well. If you like indoors or outdoor stuff. Food was good, barbecue's good. Yeah, a lot of good things about Texas. I remember I was seeing a girl down there, and she went from California to Texas for a couple years. I can't remember how many years, but she was like, yeah, Texas is the only state in the US that like could be its own country if they wanted, right? Like I think Texans probably talk about defecting all the time, like just being their own, basically their own country, like breaking off of the US because they have all the natural resources, I guess, right? They have oil, they have I don't know if they have produce. I'm sure they grow produce somewhere in Texas since it's so hot, but there's only probably a limited grain. I don't know. They have cows for sure. Like I know that there's probably a lot of ranches. What else do they have? They're close to the border, so they can trade, I guess, with Mexico. And there's probably there is a huge Hispanic community in Texas, so they're bilingual. They also have probably a lot of money that comes out of Texas. And they have, 3 major cities? Houston, Austin, San Antonio, Dallas. I don't know if DFW counts as Dallas. I wouldn't recommend Canada. Like, I just sincerely would not recommend Canada. So I think the best thing, I don't know, do you mind me asking what industry do you work in right now? Excuse me, just gonna drink some water. So it's funny that you bring up this topic because I've been spending the last since 2023. Oh, okay. So do you drive like a semi, or do you handle like logistics and stuff like that, like shipping and receiving? If you don't want to divulge those details, it's fine. I know it's, you know, I'm just a random stranger on the internet. Okay. So I don't know how old you are. I think there's a couple real things that you should probably sit down with yourself and think about. So, I've heard, I've never been a truck driver, so I don't know for a fact. I've heard truck driving is actually a pretty difficult living just because it's like really, really long days, and multiple days at a time, and you're just on the road. Maybe that's what you like. I have no idea. And if you do, that's great. I would say like autonomous driving is already a thing, and you've probably heard that Amazon has already tested like AI-driven trucks. That's not to say that AI is going to wipe out the entire industry, because like I don't want to fearmonger you and scare you like that. No one really knows what's going to happen with AI, but it's something I think for you to consider, or just be mindful of. How about that? Right. So I think that's number one. First and foremost, number one. The second thing is like, have you thought about a couple countries that you might want to just try how life is there? I've lived in a couple places. Obviously, I lived in the States. I've traveled to numerous amount of places in Southeast Asia. I went to university in Europe. And that's not for me to brag. It's just for me to tell you that I speak from experience, that I've lived in like a couple places. So I know, I kind of know what it's like. Yeah. Do you like, besides transportation, like, do you get vacation time to travel? Like, do you travel a lot? Because I've read that like 33%, or sorry, 60 something percent of Americans don't have a passport. They literally just travel around the US, and like that's it. And as much as I enjoyed my time in the US, the world is much bigger than the US. I loved my time in Southeast Asia. Like I don't know what the cost of living is in Texas, but it's crazy in Vancouver. It's like Vancouver's one of the most expensive places in the world. And so every time I go to Southeast Asia, like I can live a way more comfortable life. Okay. Well, I would check your expiration date, your passport, and I would get that like updated as quickly as possible. I would probably think about taking a trip somewhere, and I mean, it doesn't have to be Southeast Asia. There's so many places for you to go. You're really close to the border. You could like go to Mexico. You go to Colombia. You could go to Chile. You could go to, you know, anywhere in Latin America, Brazil, and you could be perfectly safe as long as you know, stay safe. Like, don't wander into like the wrong areas in the middle of the night and go to like the nightclubs and like, you know, something might happen there. Yeah. So I think that's probably important, but yeah, I'd recommend you travel. Yeah, if you can help it, I don't know how you are financially, whatever, or how much time off you get from your trucking job, but or your transportation job, but yeah, if you have time to travel, I'd recommend you travel. The world is a big place. There's a lot of people to meet. And I mean, if you're worried, just go on tours and stuff. But if you're adventurous enough, like I would honestly just, and it's easy enough for you to book an Airbnb and just kind of like wander yourself and figure things out. Like I think you discover a lot about your own life that way. Yeah, rather than yeah, for sure. I've already like I've spent so I try to go to China for 6 months and then come back for 6 months. I've been to China 3 times. In 2023, I lived there for 6 months and then I came back for 6 months. And then 2025, this year, I was there from April to October. So I literally got back like, what, a month and a half ago, almost 2 months ago. And then I plan to go again in April. And I love it there. I honestly do. I might be biased because I am Chinese, but I'm born in Canada. But and this is going off the rails. There's just a lot of Western thinking and political thinking that makes China out to be the boogeyman, and it's like just not true at all. That's why I reckon even my own friends and family think so, right? Like that's how I know how, I guess, like brainwashed people are. So I work in tech, so I work remotely, and I work as a consultant for small startups, so I can basically work any time zones that I want. Well, that's not entirely true. I need to work at weird hours in China, like 2 in the morning or whatever, or like 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. But the cost of living is cheap enough there, and I make enough money that I probably don't need to take on that many clients, still have free time, and then just do like Monday to Thursday and work those hours, and then I can travel. And I've been to like 40 plus cities in China. Like legitimately, I've been to 40 plus cities in China. And I don't speak like Chinese. Like I speak basic Chinese now, but I don't speak it fluently. I speak Cantonese, which is a sub-dialect of Chinese, like Mandarin basically. And the majority of the country speaks Chinese. So, yeah, I mean, honestly, it's super convenient there to travel, to, just see things. You could get it's possible probably for you to get a teaching job. I'm actually looking for one right now. Well, I work in sales. Yeah. So it's going to be different for everyone depending on what you want to go into. There's a lot of tech startups in Texas, and you probably have a much easier time than I would in getting into one of those, because every time I apply to some of those jobs, they just say, well, we have to sponsor you, like we have to sponsor your visa, so like we're just not going to hire you. Even if I was like super qualified for that particular role, like they just won't hire me. Yeah, which sucks for me. But you can obviously make a ton of money in tech, because like I'm sure they pay really well. At least I see a lot of tech jobs out of like Austin and stuff like that. There's good and bad. Like I wouldn't say it's all good, just because lately there's been a lot of basically a reckoning. There's been a lot of firing in tech, and funny enough, people in tech that are getting fired, they're trying to AI proof themselves by going into blue collar jobs, like becoming a plumber, sheet metalist, like a tiler, drywaller, like shit like this, just kind of obviously to make ends meet if they have to feed their families. And they figure like, okay, if I hold this job at least for another 10 years or something like that, like AI won't replace me until then. So it's, it's smart in a way, in some respects, like it does make sense, right? Yeah, so I don't want to tell you that tech is the end all be all, because it can be very volatile. Like I've been fired from jobs in tech, even though I've done a good job for that company, I've been laid off, and I have to take some responsibility for that as well. But yeah, it's it can be a volatile industry for sure. Yeah. I think where you might did you date out there or did you make friends? Yeah, I actually have quite a few friends in China. I just made them online, and then the ones that felt comfortable with meeting me actually met me. So I've met a bunch of people, and I've made friends organically too. Like, I've obviously been to so many different cities, but the one, there's a couple rules that I try to follow when I'm in China. Like, if I'm not working, so okay, takeout is so delivery, like Uber Eats basically, or the equivalent of Uber Eats over there, is very, very efficient in China. And so you can get everything for like $5 delivered to you. Like delivery, like a delivery fee is like maybe like 25 cents, maybe less than that. So it's like really, really cheap and cost efficient. So there's a lot of people that just like get everything delivered to their home. Now, while it's efficient, I made a rule for myself that I try not to get any delivery unless I'm working. So if I'm working and I'm hungry, I only get delivery. And the reason being is because I'll just stay in my hotel all day then, right? Like I'll have my food delivered to me, stay in my hotel, watch YouTube or some shit, and then like work remotely, right, from my hotel room or wherever I'm staying. And that's how am I gonna enjoy the city? How am I gonna, you know what I mean? Like how am I gonna learn about the culture and the customs and all that kind of stuff? So I don't do that. I literally made a rule for myself that like I will not order delivery unless like I absolutely have to. So every meal that I have, even if I'm like not feeling like going out, I will go out for like a walk. Like I'll go out in the neighborhood and walk around and go to a random restaurant and whatever. And yeah, that's kind of forced me as maybe a little bit of an introvert to like, seek out more people, look at more things. And I've had some of the most amazing experiences from it, to be honest with you, like legitimately. Yeah. So that's one thing that I recommend, and it doesn't have to be China. Like it could be anywhere, but like I think you'd have a really cool experience. And if you have some savings, like you can probably start. Like there's a lot of those countries. Like there's a lot of countries in Southeast Asia that are looking for like investors, like Indonesia. I think they'll give you a passport. Philippines. Or at least like a visa, a nomad visa or something like that, digital nomad visa, just like for investing into their economy, right? Like investing some money into their economy. Always, every country is looking for outside capital, so it's yeah, it's something to seriously think about. But I would really set up a plan for yourself, and I would go visit first, Like there's a lot of people that just kind of get up and move, and then they kind of realize like, oh shit, like this isn't for me, or like I'm homesick. I never want that to happen to people. So I'd really take the time to like, plan out a good vacation, like go there, really see what life is like there. And it doesn't have to be a China again. It could be the Philippines. It could be Indonesia. It could be wherever. It could be down south where you are, right? You'd be surprised like how much of a difference in culture and customs and people you might find in places like Mexico or whatever. You probably save a ton of money too, right? Like, I don't know where in Texas you live, but like, I'm sure it's not cheap. So, Mexico would be a lot cheaper. I think in Mexico you could probably live for like 2,000 USD a month. Like really comfortably, as far as I know. Maybe 1,500. I don't know. I'm assuming rent might be like 500 USD per month, depending on the type of place you get and like where, how close it is to the city center, or how far it is. Like a one bedroom, or I don't know if you're traveling with family or if you have a family, but yeah, that's what I'd probably recommend. Yeah, especially if you're unhappy with Texas, or even if you are happy with Texas, like just to see more people, get more, like, just get different perspectives of like the world and stuff. Like I think that's really important. But yeah, I can only speak in my personal opinion. Like I had a blast in China. Like I'm hoping to go back this coming April, so I'm excited about that. Yeah. I guess it's are you working the next couple days? It's Christmas Eve. Hopefully you're taking some time off for yourself. Maybe you passed out. It is late where you are. It's like 2:30. I appreciate you tuning in and subscribing and watching my content. Okay, cool. Do you have any plans for the holidays? Yeah, it's I had a video editor do that. They're not. I think he did a pretty good job, to be honest with you. Considering I'm like not a professional vlogger and I had no fucking clue what I was doing. I was just literally holding my phone up and walking around the city, and that was my second time in China in 2023, and that was my first time like independently going to China. So like I didn't have a tour guide, like I didn't, I wasn't living with friends or family to like tell me what to do. Like I was literally like I booked a hotel and I kind of mapped out a route or loosely mapped out a route and I was like, okay, here we go. So some of the ventures that you see me go through is like literally my first time, like I don't know, going to a restaurant by myself in China, like going to fucking McDonald's in China, or like, learning how to take the subway in China. And that's only a fraction of the content. Like that was only Guangzhou, which is a major city in China. And then after that, I went to like 16 other cities and I just toured around myself, which is crazy. But yeah, I went back in 2025, did a whole bunch of stuff too. Do you need to have you mean like a tour guide? Yep, I've been to Japan several times. I actually went to Japan in 2023. You'll see, if I ever publish the rest of my vlogs, you'll see my adventures in Japan. When I was there, I spent a month there from like the month of December, and then I met some friends in Tokyo. I went to Kyoto, Osaka, and Tokyo. A lot of tourists go to Japan, and I can recommend it. Like it's definitely, the food's amazing. Also, like it's like a whole other world. Like it's nothing like Texas. So you're just gonna see like completely different things that will kind of blow your mind. The only thing that I would say about Japan, at least recently, it's been overran by tourists. So that's kind of the unfortunate thing. Like it's so busy with tourism that I think it's actually kind of worsened the experience a little bit. But it's still worth going. Like I think you have to put it on your bucket list as one of the places you need to visit before you die, right? Like that's not to sound morbid, but it should be on your bucket list. Yeah. Well, if you don't have any plans for the holidays, like I hope you're. I mean, are you at least are you able to have Christmas dinner with your family? I don't know if your family's still around or. Yeah. Japan's not an expensive place, by the way. Like the yen is in the gutter. Like you would do very well there since you earn U.S. dollars, right? Like so USD to yen. Yeah, it's 155.90. It's like even better than. So it's dipped, but December 20th it was high. Let's see like the 1 year. Yeah, it's at its peak right now. Before in May when there was like trade wars and stuff like that between basically Trump and the world, it dipped. That's. I think it's hard to say. Like, I do think like a lot of Southeast Asia countries are pretty accepting of like black people in general. Um, they might be like curious about you, and not in a bad way. It's just like they might have never seen like a black person before. Like if you go to like a city, like I don't know what city in China, but if you go to a city in China, they might actually be like really curious of who you are because like they're like, wow, it's like a black person from America. Like it's like seeing Santa Claus. Like not to make it, like I'm not saying it to be offensive or anything like that, but like literally, if you can imagine, like some of these cities or whatever, like they'd never seen a black person before. So you're like almost like a unicorn. You know what I mean? Like a black unicorn, if you've been there. And sorry, I just need my desk. But I think it's like I think it would be a really cool experience for you because I don't know how to what's the best way for me to explain it to you. Yeah, there's racism all throughout the world. It happens, but I think like there's way too much focus on race, like the conversation of race in the States, and that's why it just keeps getting brought up over and over. Like I can only speak to my experience, so hopefully you don't get offended by this. So when I was working, so I lived in North Carolina for like a month, and I was like training some sales reps there. This was like in 2016 or 2015 or whatever. And I remember I made friends with two of my reps who happened to be black. Okay, and we were at a bar one day or something like that. I think we were just having some beers, just casual. And they turned to me and they said, "You know what, Jeff, I really like you." And I was like, "Why?" Or thanks, but like, why? And they were like, "Well, because you don't really like, you're just, you see us as people, right? Not as like black people." And I'm like, "Yeah, why else would I see you any other way? Like, I don't look at you and automatically identify you're a black person. I identify you as like, cool, you're my friend, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, so it's yeah, I found that profound. I was just like, yeah, I don't look at someone and the first characteristic that comes to mind is like the color of their skin or something like that. You know, it's more so like, okay, cool, is this like person like a good person or a bad person, like the moral fiber of their being, right? Like, are they actually like here to do some good or like evil? So I think they were really appreciative of that because they felt that I was being authentic with them, which I was. I don't, yeah, I don't judge people like that. I think people in Asia are going to be probably very curious about you. They might want to take pictures of you, but that's like pretty common. Like even with like white folks, right? Like you've probably heard of like white folks going to like cities in China. They've never seen like a white person. They ask them to like take a picture. Maybe they might be nervous or like they just want to practice their English or something like that. So they might come up to you. But it's very endearing. It's like very innocent. They're not looking at you like you're a zoo animal or something like that. So hopefully you won't be offended by that if you go there. But for me, I just blend in because I have a Chinese face. So even though I don't I don't speak much Chinese, yeah. There's probably some stereotypes that exist from TV and film. I would say there's one YouTuber. I can't remember what city he lives in. He might be from the States. He's a like, I want to say he's like a 6'3" or 6'5" black guy. He's like a big dude, and he speaks like really good Chinese. I wish I could find this guy and show you. Like his adventures are pretty cool. Black American speaking fluent Chinese. I don't know what to search for. He's not. I've seen some of his. I've actually randomly come across some of his videos before. And he films himself going through China, talking to some of the people. He has like some short form. Is this guy? No, maybe not. Sorry, dude, I can't find it right now, but like, yeah, you're gonna get some ignorant people, and that's fine, you know, that's everywhere. But for the most part, like I think people are super super nice, and like really non-judgmental. The reason why I told you that story about me not judging people based on the color of their skin or looking at them and identifying as the color of their skin, because I feel like that's a really U.S. specific thing. Everywhere else in the world that I've been to, like people just, they don't care. They don't make a big deal about it. It's not like, you know, if you moved in next door to me, it's not like, oh my God, like the black guy moved in next door to me. It's just like, cool, I have a new neighbor. He just so happens, like, he's a dude. He just so happens to be black. Like, that's the last thing, you know, on my mind. And on a lot of people's minds. Like in Canada, like I feel like it's just not that big of a deal, like race. Yeah. In most parts in the world, I feel like it's just not that big of a deal. Like, yeah. But I you know, this is just coming from an Asian perspective, right? Like I'm Chinese, so I know that every race is going to be a little bit different on how they experience the world and how the world experiences them. But yeah. Do you like your job? Oh, by the way, I wanted to say, okay, you'll be by yourself for Xmas. Okay, let me address the Xmas thing. So I think this is really, really important. I want you to do something nice for yourself, man. I really do. So tomorrow and the day after, I want you to do something nice for yourself. And that could be anything. You could go for a nice meal for Christmas dinner, order I don't know, fucking turkey from Whole Foods or something like that. I think it's really, really important that you do that. Yeah. Yeah, especially if you don't have family that's visiting you or you visiting them. I don't know if you do. You can also go to a church. I'm sure that they have like open Christmas stuff or whatever where people can gather for Christmas that are just like complete strangers. I've heard that's a thing in the States. I don't know if that's a thing in Texas. But I highly recommend that you do that, man. Like, there's some holidays that I've had to spend by myself in China because they just weren't holidays or whatever. Like, they weren't, you know, considered holidays over there. Like, yeah. And it's important that you do that for yourself. It really is. It's a day that's meant to be celebrated. And you even if you have to spend it alone, I think you should do something nice for yourself. As far as films and you catching a film out there, how are their theaters and film industry? And if a big film comes out over there, does it come in English? Yeah, so that's a really good question. So their theaters are amazing comparatively to most of the theaters in North America because most of the theaters are new. So they're not only cheaper, but they're like you can go to all different types of theaters. Maybe like actually, I've never gone to see a movie in China. Now that you mentioned this, but I have seen a lot of movie theaters. There's a lot of malls with movie theaters at the top floor. And you can find movie theaters of all different shapes and sizes, but it's generally cheaper. I think it's probably half price of what you probably pay here. And the movie theaters are like very clean and very nice. They don't gouge you on food, although you have to pay a little bit of a premium, but you can buy popcorn and shit or whatever and go watch movies. People typically watch movies. A lot of U.S. films come to China. So and they're English. And as far as I know, they're English voices, and then they have like Chinese subtitles. You can probably ask the person at the movie stand place, but as far as I know, they're English voice and then Chinese subtitles. And a lot of popular movies are there. When I was there was like Superman that was released. They might be released a little bit late because it's like the international release. So usually movies, what they do is they do the domestic release. So they release it on, like US wide, like theaters or whatever, like let's say Avengers or something like that. And then like, I don't know, maybe a couple weeks later, they'll do the international release like everywhere. But yeah, movie theaters, movie companies are incentivized to release their films in China because it's such a big market. If you look at the revenue of how films make money, like over 50% of how much money they make is usually from the Chinese market. So it's really, really important. Yeah. But yeah, movie theaters are fine. You can go check out a ton of movies. You can go see like the latest movies that are out. Like when I was there, it was like Superman came out. What was another big movie this year? I think Zootopia just came out, according to my friends. Zootopia 2 just came out like last week. There was Tron, which obviously was a terrible film as far as I've heard, but that was out there. It didn't do very well. Yeah, I can't think of any other big movies, but yeah. And there's some cities, man, like where honestly you're gonna see so many foreigners and they're so used to having foreigners there that not that everyone will know how to speak English, but you'll be able to get by because they're just so like they'll probably have someone on their staff trained well enough to help you in English, right? So like Shanghai would be one of them for sure. Like there's gonna be a big expat community there. I found it pretty easy to date, but like I would say like you I guess it depends on what you're looking for, really. So if you're looking for something, it's harder to write. Yeah, I would definitely like recommend if you actually want to like learn, just like learn how to speak and listen first, right? And maybe you'll slowly pick up like how to write. But yeah, writing is a whole different bag of marbles. Yeah. Dating, like, there's cultural differences in dating. So, here in North America, we're probably more used to like casually dating and like going out for coffee with someone. There, it's more of dating with intention. Maybe not necessarily to get married, but to like become like a couple. And girls are quite conservative over there, which I think is actually a good thing, at least in my worldview of things. Like, you're not gonna see like the village hoe, all over the place kind of thing. There's gonna be a couple, but like, for the most part, I think like females are a lot more sincere over there and intentful. Yeah. And their standards aren't out of whack. Yeah. But like, their expectations are for you to be loyal, and there's more traditional gender roles, I would say, or more traditional thinking about gender roles. Yeah. Yeah. I think you'll have a good time. Yeah, Japan's nice too. Yeah. Japan is probably a little more expensive, but not expensive like expensive. I wonder, like, I'm trying to equate the most expensive thing I think in Japan is probably accommodation, so hotels, which is not that bad. Like maybe 50 to 70 bucks a night. You can probably get a decent hotel. Tokyo might be a little bit more expensive because, like, let's see, like, let's assume, okay, like, Christmas time is going to be expensive, but let's just say you're, like, going in the middle of January or something like this. And then let's say, like, Tokyo, and sure, let's say, like, one person. Let's check it out. Okay, so a couple things to keep in mind. So in Japan, it's pretty popular to have like youth hostels or what's they call like capsule hotels, where it's like you have like a shared washroom, which is nice and clean, and you have shared showers and shared communal areas, but you have like you sleep in this little pod. Now, that's okay to slum it for a couple nights, and you probably will just meet other travelers, to be honest with you, that like foreigners that are just there. Like I met a bunch of people. I would not stay in those places for long term. That's just me. I stayed in a place like that in Tokyo for like quite a few days, and you go a little bit stir crazy. But that's just personal preference. Like, let's see this. Like this is Coco Hotel. So double room with small double bed is 46 bucks USD per night. Yeah, the other thing you got to keep in mind is like hotels especially in Japan are going to be small, right? Like this is like the size of the room you're talking about, right? So there's an entrance, there's a washroom right here. There's a bed that's probably enough for a 6-foot person. Like the beds, I'm probably about 6 feet. And then a small desk, right, for you to work on or whatever, if you have a laptop, and then a TV. So you're probably going to mainly be out of your hotel, and this is the bathroom. Some of the infrastructure is dated, and this is like the price. In Canadian dollars, that's probably like 60 bucks, I think. Like my currency, yeah. Where is this? Let's see. So it's 220 meters from the metro station, so it's really, really close. 220 meters is literally like, 3 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes, depending on how fast you walk. And then you can get to everywhere from there. So it's super, like, this hotel is really convenient. I don't know about this particular neighborhood here, but yeah, this is like the price that you might be looking at. Let's like see some other space. What's this? Let's see. You don't have to go by trip.com. You can go like Expedia or whatever, Airbnb. You probably would get a bigger place than Airbnb. Like this is standard double room, 1.4 meter wide bed, 12 meters squared. That's pretty small. 45 USD. Yeah. So prices have definitely gone up as more foreigners have kind of like descended into Japan. So I would say accommodation is probably the most expensive thing there. But food is like relatively cheap. Like you can get like a bowl of ramen for like an amazing bowl of ramen for like $5 or $7, you know? It's not like here in Canada and the States where eating ramen is almost like a novelty, like fine dining. You know, it's like it's for them. It's like ramen is very cheap food over there. Yeah. Just for your reference point, like China's gonna be cheaper than this. So you can get. Let's see. Where can I? So let's look up another hotel just for a reference point. Okay. So Hotel Lumiere. It's $52 a night, one single bed, 13 meters squared. This is what it looks like. There's like a microwave that you can heat up things, and there's a little desk. Yeah, you're probably just gonna go there to sleep and shower, obviously. That's probably it, and then go out after that. Yeah, out and about, because there's obviously a ton of things to do in Tokyo. So you'll be mostly on your feet and going to the metro, so just keep that in mind. Days can be tiring, like if you're just gonna go out all the time. You can sit down obviously at a cafe and rest, but most of the traveling in Southeast Asia, you're gonna be probably like going on metros and by foot, right? So that's something that you should keep in mind. But like, let's compare this to prices in maybe Shanghai or Shenzhen, which is two major cities in China. So Shanghai is the most expensive city in China, just for your reference. See, this is like $31 per night. And I guarantee you this hotel is newer, and it's like half the price, right, that we saw. This isn't a youth hostel too. Like, we'll check out, the room is probably even bigger than the one. Yeah, so this is 22 meters squared. This is literally double the size of what you're getting in Tokyo. And you can look at this, right? So you have like a sitting bench, a little bit of like a chaise lounge. You have a washer dryer. So this might be even a homestay where you can like do laundry. Like you have a fridge here. So you have like quite a few things here. Where's this? Okay, it's a little bit far from the metro station, so that's the only bad thing about this, but it is 31 USD per night, which is cheap as hell for Shanghai. Youth hostel, you're probably not going to stay there. Near Huchen Road metro station. Okay, this is 18 to 20 meters squared, $20 a night. Like, you know, this is pretty far from the metro station. You probably need to take a bus, or you can ride a bike, or you can just take a taxi to the metro station, or you can take a taxi. Like, taxis are cheap. Like, Ubers are cheap. Yeah, no worries, man. Anytime. If it adds value to your life, I'm happy to share it, you know. And this is just speaking from personal experience. Like, look at this room. It's beautiful, right? It's fantastic. It's probably like pretty new. Like, how old is this hotel? I haven't checked. But yeah, it's a little bit far from the metro. Like, that's probably a 30-minute walk or something. So that's one thing to like keep in mind, right? But Ubers are cheap in China, like, just for your understanding. Like, you can have someone drive you around for like I don't know, like 20 minutes or something like that for like $2 USD. Like, in a nice car. Like, I'm not talking about like a fucking shit rig or whatever, right? Like, in like a nice like BYD air conditioned car, like door to door. You know, like 2 to 4 USD. Like, you can get very, very far. I would drive you for like fucking 45 minutes. So yeah, by far. It's not even close. When you see, like, when you actually go to China and you see it and you see the state of the art things, it just doesn't even compare. It blows everything away. Yeah. It really doesn't compare. They're so far ahead in technology and infrastructure and everything. Like, it's, even if we wanted to catch up, we couldn't. Does that make sense? Like, there's no feasible way. It's, number one, it's like the money investment, and then number two, it's also the inefficiency in which we build things. I'm speaking about Canada, but I've obviously lived in the U.S. as well. And number three, the red tape to get things passed, right? It takes so long that, you know, like one of my close friends, he builds houses for a living, like really nice, luxurious homes, like probably $5 to $10 million homes. It takes him fucking 2 years to get a building permit. 2 years. So his client might buy a piece of land, want to build a house on it, right? An investment home, or, you know, their own principal residence. And they file for building permits, and it takes 2 years for them to get approved for those building permits. Imagine having to pay the mortgage for that home for 2 years, the, you know, fucking all the real estate fees that you have to close that, the property tax, which is not cheap at all. And then 2 years later, you actually break ground on that property. That's crazy. That's such a long time. Yeah, but no, this, like the technology and everything, like the infrastructure, just walking around, seeing all the streets clean, how efficient everything is, like that's the things that I keep recommending people to like go experience. I'm like, you don't have to like agree with their political system or whatever, right? Like I even tell my friends here that have known me for a very long time, I'm like, you don't have to agree with anything of their political system. Like, just go visit. Just go visit for the sake of visiting. Like, I almost guarantee you it will change your worldview of everything. Yeah. You'll see how much anti-Chinese propaganda there is, and you'll see how people are actually living. Like, people have the assumption that people are living like peasants. They're like, you know, eating with their hands or something like that, or like they're savages or whatever. Like that's just like further from, like so much further from the truth. Yeah, there's like countryside people, like I get it, and there's like still some poverty, but they've done a really good job of like really building out the infrastructure for a lot of cities that I've been to. And there's metro stations everywhere. Like, how many metro lines does Shanghai have? Maybe 25? 20 operational lines, including the maglev, which is the fastest train in the world, by the way, and over 500 stations, forming a vast network of sensitive that's with line 2 being the key to east-west arteries. 11. Yeah, the whole city is connected by metro. Like, if I can show you, can I show you a map? Yeah, this is the, maybe, I don't know if this is the latest one, but let me show you. Can I open this? Okay, let me try to zoom in here. Okay, so before this river, so west of this river is basically, this is like Shanghai central, right? And then you branch out into like the different districts and the neighborhoods, but this is like the center. This is the Pudong side. This is, you see it says Pudong Road, like this is Pudong side. So I went to Pudong in 2012. This was shortly after the Olympics. And I kid you not, Pudong had nothing there. Maybe like one hotel which I was staying at, and like a couple buildings that were being built. I remember landing in the airport, and I told the taxi driver where my hotel was because it was a cheap hotel, and he drove, and there was just like vastness of like nothingness, right? Like over there. That was just in 2012, like 13 years ago, by the way. Okay. Fast forward to now. Can I show you a picture of Pudong? Pudong, Shanghai. Pudong, Shanghai is currently basically the financial capital of China. That's Pudong. That's Pudong. I don't know if you're still there, but that's Pudong. Like, this crazy thing here is Pudong. Like, literally, there was nothing here 12 years ago, and now it looks like this. It's wild. Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy. I think you probably dropped off. Oh, maybe you didn't. Yeah, look at this, man. Like, you've never seen anything in your life like this. You literally never. And what's crazy about it is, like, the city just changes when it goes to night. So at the daytime, I was at this tower, actually, the Pearl Tower. I went up this you see this tower right here. I don't want to go through this shit, but continue with us supporting there. This is the Pearl Tower. This is a TV broadcasting tower. I was at this tower. I literally went up and I walked along the waterway right here. But what's cool about this, man, is like pretty much every city in China, in the daytime you get a different experience, and at the nighttime it lights up like this. Every city will light up like this. You know, some more than others, but you get this, which is like a whole different experience and a whole different view. And that's the times when, like, the night markets are out, the nightstand, people like selling food. Like, it's just really, really cool, like what you see. Yeah, this is Shanghai, and this is just one city out of many cities, right? Like, yeah, this is so crazy. Yeah, I mean, and then, like, let me show you. So that's just Pudong, and there was nothing there, by the way. Just my one hotel, pretty much. I think they were like starting to build a railway station and an airport out there. Yeah, so I think the education system is definitely different. It's highly competitive out there, and Chinese universities are getting more. I think the majority, like out of the top 200 universities, China holds like something like 80 of those universities, and some even in the top 20. Of course, some of the biggest universities and the most well-known universities are still in the States, right? So like your Harvard, Princeton, Stanford, right? The big three. Brown is up there. You know, UT is up there. University of SoCal is going to be up there. There's a bunch of like really renowned universities in the States, and there obviously are a lot of Chinese students that go to those universities, right? Like they get in, they get a full ride, you know, or their parents are rich enough to pay for them, but they still have the grades to be able to go. But Chinese universities are coming up, definitely, yeah, and it's very, very difficult to get in. Actually, parents will sometimes move their kids somewhere else because it's so competitive to get in based on the numbers that are there, that like it's just, even if you think you're super smart, you're just competing with like 100 million people, right? Like, I think my friend wrote an exam. She told me like she was like competing against like 100 million or 120 million, and like the acceptance was like only like, I don't know, 5 or 6 million or something like that. Like, it's just something insane like that. Shenzhen views. Yeah, so this is Shenzhen. This is a brand new city, pretty much. This used to be a fishing village, like basically 40 years ago, and they built all this. They literally built all this. Yeah. Yeah, I was literally in front of this building. Yeah. Yeah, this is Snakehead in Nanshan. Yeah. This is Futian. I've lived here in 2023. This is the financial district. This is basically downtown. Yeah. You know, one thing that I don't know what life is like for you in Texas. One thing that you'll find, I think, in China that's really great is safety. So pretty much no crime happens there. Like literally. I'm not exaggerating that. Like literally no crime happens there. Like you're never gonna, have to look over your shoulder at who's following you, or if someone has a gun, or I don't know, whatever, or someone's gonna pull a knife. Like that almost never happens. Yeah, I mean, some kids obviously go overseas to study, so they might study at like a lesser university and then go study abroad for like an MBA or MA. That's why you see kids going to places like the UK or Australia or New Zealand or Switzerland or Canada to take their post-secondary. It's just easier for them to get in. It is very expensive, like they have to invest in it. And those universities probably charge them an arm and a leg, but it gives them a better chance, or they go out to work. They go out to work, right? But it is a problem. Like there's too many people and there's not enough opportunities in China right now. I don't want to say there's not enough opportunities. There are jobs. It's just the younger generation doesn't want to do them, right? So there are manufacturing jobs. You can go actually to the factory to work, and despite what people think, no, it's not slave labor, but it is hard labor. Yeah, it is hard labor, but it's a job. And they actually give you training and they pay you probably more than your average job, but the youth doesn't want to work in those jobs, right? So there's a mismatch of labor versus expectations there. But that's kind of the same here in Canada. Like if I went to ask some kids in high school, like who wants to go work in the factory, even if, I paid you, I don't know, $40 an hour or whatever, or $50 an hour to work in the factory, most would probably say no. The number one job that youths want to be now is a YouTuber, right? Like they did a poll a couple of years ago in the States, asking them, oh, what would you want to be, right? Like, when I was younger, it would be like, I don't know, NBA star, police officer, firefighter, whatever. Now it's YouTuber. I want to be like an online. This is over stuff like astronaut, Olympian, right? Like people want to be YouTubers, right? This is Shenzhen. I was on this bridge. Yeah, this is at a bridge in Nanshan. It's, what is this, Nanshan Park? Yeah, it's at the very last stop in Nanshan. And Nanshan is like the rich tech area of Shenzhen, right? It's known to be a tech city. And you can cross this bridge. All of these poles basically have the faces of the designers of this entire park. I don't know if they designed this park or this part of the city, but like there's like famous architects, from east and west, and you can see them all along these poles when you're walking across this bridge. And then at nighttime, there's like a drone show that will come up over here, and these buildings light up. Like this is a famous building right here. Yeah, I've seen this building. Yeah, I've seen this building. Yeah, so this is the big rocket ship looking building that lights up at night. It looks like this. Yeah. Yeah, I have. Yep. I've in 2012 I went to climb the Great Wall. I went to Beijing and I climbed the Great Wall. I didn't go this time. I could have gone, but I didn't go. But yeah, I've been to all the famous landmarks. Not all of them, because there's so many, but I've been to a lot of the noteworthy ones. I've been to the Great Wall, I've been to the Forbidden City, Temple of Heaven, the tomb of like the last emperor, Tiananmen Square, the Bird's Nest Stadium. Let me show you the Bird's Nest Stadium. I'm sure maybe you recognize it from the Olympics. It literally looks like a bird's nest. Like this. That's what it looks like. You can pay money to go in. I did not. But yeah, they hold like events and concerts there and stuff like that and other events. But yeah, this is in Beijing. Yeah. Beijing's a fun city. Yeah, it's a very international city, just like Shanghai. You'll find a lot of like international you'll find more access to like cuisine that you'll recognize. Let's put it that way. And yeah, because there's so many foreigners. This is the Olympics. I think you probably maybe remember this, like this right here, where they had like I think this was the intro show. Yeah. Yeah, I think you pay some money to get in. I don't even know if you need money or if you just book ahead of time, but yeah. Yeah, China's a dope place to go visit, man. It's it'll change your life, honestly. It really will. It changed mine. And there's just it's cheap comparatively speaking to like how much money, Westerners make. You can have a great time. Yeah, there's a ton of stuff. Really, really cool. Yeah, ton of stuff to see. Beijing, Great Wall. There's three places you can go on the Great Wall. Like, there's three places where you can get to the Great Wall in China. The most famous, I think, is like Beijing. I believe it's the closest, if I'm not mistaken. It takes like an hour and a half to get there from the city, and then the other places are like pretty far. But yeah, I've climbed this shit. Like, I've literally climbed the steps, and it's quite tiring. I'm not gonna lie. It looks nicely paved like this, and they've done a pretty good job of it. But like, there are steps, man. Like, you will sweat. And there's going to be a ton of people. I would not go during special holidays in China. So like Lunar Festival is in February. Yeah, February. And I would not go in, what is it, August or October is like National Week. Yeah, there's pictures of, can I show you pictures? Great Wall National Week. Yeah, look at this. Look at how many people are here.
What better way to celebrate China's national holiday than a trip to the Great Wall?
Can I show
Tens
you?
of thousands of domestic tourists climb up the steep walkways at Badaling. But while everyone is still keen to enjoy the
Yeah, it's like this, but like more. It's like filled. This shot doesn't do it justice. Like, okay, yeah, this probably does it justice. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, this picture's better. Look at how many people. It's like side by side, like you're going up the wall, right? Like, I wouldn't go at these times. It would be pretty uncomfortable. Like penguins filing along. Yeah. Yeah, those are times that I would definitely stay in your hotel. Like, it's not gonna be fun. But other times, man, honestly, great. Yeah, you'll have like the best. You can get some of the best food you've ever had if you know where to go. Yeah. Most of the food I think is pretty good, but in Canada, I was born and raised here. Yeah. So yeah, I've known Canada my whole life. I don't like it here, but my mom and my sister are here, so that's why I'm here. Yeah. That's why I'm here. Yeah, but I try to go back and forth. I think I'll probably retire in China one day, realistically speaking. Yeah. That's honest to God truth. Yeah, these are prices of hotels in Beijing, right? Like they're very similar to prices in Shanghai. And these are considered expensive, by the way. Like these two cities are the priciest cities in China. Like if I go look up Shenzhen for you, which is also a major city, let's take a look. Oh, whoops, Shenzhen. Shenzhen. Yeah, look, like 20 USD per night. I stayed at this place. It actually was like very convenient. I'll show you what the room looks like. I literally stayed here. I stayed at a 1-bedroom. Yeah, I think I stayed in this one or something similar to this. So it's nothing fancy, but it's like a small apartment. You know, you don't have a. They show a cooker here. You usually don't have a cooker in these hotels. But you have a washer, dryer. You'll have obviously like a clean washroom and toilet. Like you have a mini fridge and then like a microwave. I stayed I stayed at this hotel at the end of my trip in Shenzhen. So there was like a hurricane that came by, and I didn't know how crazy it was gonna be. So I kind of like bunkered up and bought like food and shit like that to put in my fridge, and just like made my own food out of a kettle and a microwave. So it was like survival mode. But yeah, this is the room. It's got like a queen bed in it and a working desk and obviously AC and a TV. But it's really convenient, like to walk around here. You know, like there's a whole street beside, like right outside this hotel, where there's a whole bunch of places to eat, and you can go to a grocery store. There's like a McDonald's around the corner from here. It's like a 5-minute walk. There's places to buy like fruits and vegetables. And this is like $25 a night, you know, USD, right? Like this one is like $20 a night, right? Like this is it's fucking so cheap. Like, you know, this is probably a little bit of a smaller room, but who cares? 20 meters squared is enough. Yeah, and if you want to splurge and spend more, you can go, like I'm just searching for like this is 31 meters squared, so this is even bigger than the other ones. You can see there's a little table lounging area, right? There's this, and then there's like a little chaise lounge, I guess, that you can workstation. Yeah, so this one's like bigger. And I know there's like a couple of people, like this is the communal area as well. So there's like 3 pods for like checking in, and then there's like a gym downstairs. Oh, sorry. So your room doesn't have dryers. You can either dry by hangers, or there's dryers that you have to pay downstairs, which isn't expensive. Like they're really cheap. They give you like a little hamper that you can bring it down. And then in the lobby area here, if I can show you what this looks like, there's actually a place where people can cook. They actually bring their featured, maybe it's public areas, yeah. Yeah, so there's a kitchen right here. So there's a lounge downstairs with a couch. There's a TV, and then there's like a little kitchen right here. And there's like a communal fridge. People like label their shit. So I'm assuming there's people that are there that are actually working, and maybe they live there like long term, or maybe they're just there for a business trip or something like that. But I did notice a couple people come downstairs with like their produce and stuff like that, and they were cooking stuff there and eating. But I wouldn't worry about that too much. Like there's so much food outside of this place. Can I show you a map? Let's see. Let me show you a map. Hopefully, if I can detect where the hotel is. Yeah. So there's a major highway right here. There's a bunch of bicycles outside of this hotel that you can rent. And then this is the street that I was talking about where you can ride down, and there's just a bunch of like street stands and all that kind of stuff where people are selling fruits and vegetables and little places. This is a more main corridor. When you get to this street, there's like some ramen places and stuff like that. Right here on this corner, if I'm not mistaken, is McDonald's. Like literally right here, 24-hour McDonald's. Across the street, there is a KFC and a grocery store, I think on the second floor. And then the closest metro station was, I think I turned left and then I walked down. This one, Funshan Metro. I remember I took a bicycle, I rode down here like this, and then I just parked it here and then went across the street. And bicycles, by bicycles, what I mean is like Alipay bicycles. Let me show you. Okay, scattered all over China are literally these bicycles of different colors, like this. And you scan it with your phone and you pay, like it's, I don't know how much it is. It's like 50 cents for like 10 minutes or something like that, or maybe cheaper. You can get some passes that are crazy cheap. It's like for the next 7 days, I can ride unlimited times for like $3 USD or like $1 USD. And you can just like take them, like you scan it, you ride it to wherever your destination is. You park it in the designated park spaces, and then you scan it again to say like, I want to lock it now. And it's super convenient, obviously, for you to get around. You know, it took a little bit of time for me to get used to, but like after you know the system, it's amazing. It's like super efficient. Like look how many bikes are here. It's crazy. It's like just a sea of bikes. That's wild. Yeah, so if you live farther out from a place, you can just ride the bike. You can walk, like it's like literally less than, I think it's probably 10 minutes from that stop to the actual hotel. But like here, yeah, it's like here's the hotel, here's the actual station. The entrance to the station is like somewhere here or here. Yeah, see, there's McDonald's, see? I wasn't lying. My memory is pretty good. Yeah, there's a KFC right here. There's a Starbucks, there's a Chaji. There is the subway entrance right here. You walk underground all the way and then you take the subway to wherever you need to go. But if you just want to ride a bicycle, you can just ride it back. It'll take you like less than 5 minutes. But if you want to walk it, it's probably like 10 minutes. And it's a fine walk. There's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, there's like bus stops here and stuff. Yeah. I didn't experience a lot of virtual reality. They have this thing called 4D VR, which is like basically you wear virtual reality goggles or virtual reality stuff, but then like they have stuff like in the environment. Like if you're in a movie theater, I've heard like if you're watching Avatar or something like that, you can watch it in 3D, but like under your like if you're running through the jungle or something like that, under your seat they'll like brush your feet, you know, with something that like feels like you're running through the jungle. So there's like shit like that, or like there will be a splash of water and they might like spray you with some mist of water to like enhance the experience. So I've heard that has happened, but I've never been. Yeah, it's just not something that really interested me, but they do invest in stuff like that, especially for like kids. There's a whole bunch of like virtual reality 3D stuff for children over there. Yeah, this is a pretty decent place to stay. I've stayed at a couple places. I've stayed here. This is too far away. This is by the airport, so it's a pretty remote. There's a nice plaza that's just across the street from here, but it still is like quite a distance, so I probably wouldn't stay here again, and I didn't. After that one night when I moved over to here, I just didn't, I knew it wasn't for me. So I'm not super familiar with all of the neighborhoods. I'm more familiar now, but I probably recommend you do some research and check out a guide. But like Futian is in the middle of the city. Let me show you if I can show map. Let's see here. Okay, so this is Shenzhen. Shenzhen is very big, as you can see. This is Futian. This is the financial district. This is downtown. I stayed here my first trip there, and you'll find like some really major hotels there and stuff like that. This is Nanshan. This is the tech district. This is the rich area. The closer you get to the water, the richer it is. You can actually take a ferry to the airport in Hong Kong from here, like literally from here to here or something like that. You can take a ferry. Really beautiful area, very like quiet and pleasant. There's some like very, very high-end malls there. Bao'an is another pretty notable district, but it's not as posh as Nanshan. I actually enjoyed living there. I think you'll get, it's an older part of town, but it's probably the place that's going to be newly renovated, to be honest with you. And then Luo is basically used to be the capital, right? So Luo used to be the capital of Shenzhen. It's the old capital, so it's kind of dated. Futian is like the new capital, right? Like the current capital. This is the airport, by the way. So yeah, it's over here, close to Bao'an. I actually stayed, in that one place I stayed that night, I stayed up here. This is like the new district, so that's why it's cheap. But it's so far away from everything, it like doesn't make sense to go there, honestly. And then some of my friends live in places like here, like Longhua, Long'an here. Pingshan, I've been here as well. This is like where a lot of the warehouses are. As far as you get farther out, obviously things are cheaper, right? Like, yeah, going out to these places are... And then you can go to the beach, like if you really wanted to. You can take I don't know how far this is. I think you can take a bus or a taxi. You can like get out to here, Daya Bay. Like this is a popular tourist destination for the weekend if you want to take a weekend trip out there. Yeah, man. And then there's a ton of places to visit around Shenzhen. Like you can go into Hong Kong for the day if you want. Like literally over this border is Hong Kong. Like this is all Hong Kong right here. Or you can take, so this is the longest bridge ever made in the world. It connects basically Shenzhen, Hong Kong, and Macau. This one here. This thing. This massive fucking bridge. Yeah, Hong Kong, Macau, and Zhuhai, I think. Yeah, it goes all the way over here. It's like the longest bridge. Let me show you some pictures. Longest bridge in the world. Yeah, the Hong Kong Zhuhai Bridge. This thing. This thing. This thing. I've never actually been on the bridge. My mom has. Here it is. So this is Hong Kong Airport. You can literally drive out from here, go from Hong Kong all the way to Macau and Zhuhai. And it takes about 45 minutes driving on the bridge. You're driving over the sea, and I've seen it. Like I've actually seen it in the distance. Yeah, when I was in Shenzhen. But yeah, it's the longest bridge in the world. It looks like this. Looks like this. It's crazy. Yeah, you just drive endlessly for 45 minutes, and you get to the other side. But it saves you a bunch of travel time, right? Like, it saves you probably, I don't know, it saves you, 45. It's like 45 minutes, I think, from end to end. Yeah. I think it's 45 minutes. So sometimes it's like faster than just hopping on another plane or something like that, or taking like a high-speed rail. Just get a taxi driver to drive you over. Yeah. Oh man, I miss Hong Kong. Or sorry, I don't miss Hong Kong. I don't really like Hong Kong. That's another story for another day, but I miss China. Yeah. It's a good place. Yes, and so beyond Shenzhen, so Shenzhen's here, there's Zhuhai, there's Macau, Hong Kong, there's Dongguan, Huizhou, Guangzhou. This is where I finished my trip. So I took a high-speed rail from Shenzhen to Guangzhou, which took about 55 minutes. It's pretty close. And I just stayed in Guangzhou the entire time, but there's places like Foshan that you can go to. Jingmen. Yeah, there's so many places, man. Yeah, see? There's so much. Foshan, there's like a bunch. Yeah, and then you get to like the less known cities, I guess. Qingwan is pretty well known. Wuzhou is also pretty well known. But then you go along the coast here and you get to places like Beihai, Nanning, Guilin. I know all these names probably don't mean anything to you, but yeah, Nanning here, super cheap place. Like there are foreigners that retire here just because it's like it's so affordable. It's like it really is. Yeah, very very cheap. This is like by the beach and like basically the coast. I also was here in Sanya right here. This is like the Hawaii of China basically. I've been here. And then you get to there's no place like I have not found a place like that in China. I honestly haven't. I've been through like back alleys that are not the most savory places. Nothing happened to me. I didn't see, I wasn't approached by a bunch of guys or whatever that like fucking robbed me. It just doesn't exist in China, or at least over the 40 cities and touring around by myself. Walking through alleys like was never a problem. Would it be something that I would do here in Vancouver? Not really. For the most part, maybe 20 years ago, nothing would happen to you. Now, I don't know, man. Like, I just wouldn't chance it here in Vancouver, but it's probably not as bad as in the States. But like, man, like, there's nothing like that in China. Like, you can just freely walk where you want, and you're good. There's so much, like, Kunming is like an amazing city. Like, I was here. It's like so much to see. It's like a really big country. Like, there's Thailand, there's Laos. What's beautiful about this is like China's so close to everything, right? So, if you want, you can go to like the Philippines or Taiwan or Indonesia. Indonesia's down here. Papua New Guinea. Malaysia's right here. Cambodia. I've been to Cambodia. I've been to Thailand. I have not been to Vietnam yet. I've never been to Taiwan. I've been to Manila Airport, but that doesn't really count. I would stay away from Myanmar because they're going through a civil war right now or something. And I have been to Indonesia and Singapore. I have been to Malaysia, sorry. So I've been into the Malaysian border, but I've never been to Kuala Lumpur. Like I drove from Singapore across the border to Malaysia for a day trip, so I have been to Malaysia, but I've never been to like Kuala Lumpur or explore Malaysia. But yeah, it's really popular for like Chinese tourists to like go to places like Thailand, Cambodia, Malaysia. There's like just cheap tours to go from there. Yeah, so that's one of the really nice things about being in Southeast Asia. Like if you lived in any of these places, you just hop on a fucking plane and be there, you know, be in Thailand, you know, like in a couple hours. And like it wouldn't be, it's not expensive, right? Like you can go to Malaysia and have like a great time, I'm sure, for like under $100 a day, including like your hotel and everything like that. Maybe even under $50. You know, Maldives is all the way over here, so you can get there like reasonably quickly. And then depending on where you live in China, like you can go visit other places, right? So there's like Mongolia, is technically part of China. And, you know, depending on how adventurous you are, I guess. Yeah, there's like Saudi Arabia, there is Russia up here. And then you can go all the way over to here. So there's just so that you know, there's a train for transporting. It's a trade. It's a train for trade. I don't know if they let passengers go, but it's from Chengdu. You see right here, Chengdu, and it goes from Chengdu, which is right here. It goes from Chengdu. I think it goes all the way up Inner Mongolia. Basically, it lands in. Can I show you this? Chengdu Railway to Europe. The Chengdu Railway to Europe is a crucial part of China European Railway Express, CR Express, a major freight rail network offering faster, cheaper alternatives to sea freight. So instead of going by sea, where you have to like kind of go around the Horn of Africa, or you have to go around Russia up the North Pole or some shit like that, you can just cut right through. Yeah, it takes 10 to 18 days, or transit times to around 10 to 18 days compared to ocean, which I think takes like 30 days. So it cuts a ton of time in half. I wonder if I can show you a map here, maybe. Okay, let's see if we can see a map together. This is a shitty map. Here, maybe. Let me see if I can see a zoomed in map. Let's X this. No, I don't want to accept this shit. This is also a shitty map. Ugh. Give me a good map. Yeah, so there's Walmart in major cities around China. Actually, Walmart is like reasonably big in China. Like Shenzhen will have Walmart. I think it had multiple Walmarts. Shanghai will have Walmarts. Like Beijing will have Walmarts. Guangzhou has Walmarts. So you'll find them all like in quite a few places, and they'll have like stuff that you recognize from Walmart, as well as obviously Asian stuff, right? So you have a bunch of Asian stuff. There's only 2 cities in China that have Costco. I believe it is Shanghai and one other city, maybe Shenzhen. There's also Sam's Club, which is quite popular in China. I think they have like 6 or 12 locations of Sam's Club. So there are things. So yeah, this is the map. It's like a fucking shit map. All bad maps. I just want one map I can zoom into. Okay, so you can see that these railways are interconnected, and then usually they leave out of Chongqing or Chengdu. This is kind of the same area. This is basically the Sichuan area. And you can see that it can go up to Russia, or it can go through here in Kazakhstan, if I'm not mistaken. And then this whole journey takes 10 to 18 days. And you can see it stops by a couple places, right? So like Budapest, Duisburg, Germany, Paris, Barcelona, right? Transports all those goods. Now, I don't know if people can actually sit on this fucking thing. So, like if there's allow passengers. It might just be for transporting goods. So let's see. Yes, you can travel from China, including Chengdu, to Europe by train, but it's complex. It involves multiple legs and gauge changes, especially at Russia, and isn't a single simple Chengdu Express passenger service. It's mostly a freight network, China Railway Express, Sierra Express, with limited specialized passenger options like luxury tours or trans-Siberian routes, requiring coordination across different rail operators and potentially visas for each country. Yeah, so it's probably not the best idea to go through here, but it is possible. You'll have to change trains though. Cool that it exists though. Yeah, that's fun. I think, ultimately, I think just going to China is going to open up your eyes to a lot of different things, or even just Asia in general. Even the existence of the railway station, man. Like, there's just, like, this is crazy, I think this will probably cost you 3 renminbi, which is like divided by 7. So what is that, like 40 cents USD a trip? And if you go on a longer trip, it'll probably cost you like 450 renminbi, which is like 80 cents. And I'm talking like if you were to ride this thing for like an hour and a half, like one end to the other, basically. Yeah. That's how long it would take you. Wait, this train is crazy. This maglev train. So if you've never seen it, it's the magnetic levitation train. That's what it stands for. It literally hovers above magnets. And the reason why it hovers is because the magnets repel each other, right? They repel each other, so it's almost like a floating train. And the reason why they do this is because they eliminate the friction on the wheels. And that's how they go super fast, right? So these magnets are pulling this train across, but there's no tires, right? There's no actual rails or wheels on the bottom. Yeah, so it's the fastest train in the world because I think it goes from here to here in like, I don't know, let's see. But I'm just curious about the lines, like this maglev line. Okay, it goes to Pudong city center from Pudong Airport, and it can go from here all the way to the Hongqiao Airport. Okay, it can go to the other airport. How long does it take? Let's see. Maglev train. Yeah, you'll have access to groceries, man. Like, I wouldn't worry about that stuff too much. Like, yeah, I mean, there's some creature comforts that you're probably not going to find Texas toast there. But, like, you'll find a lot of stuff, And it'll probably taste different. The reason why is because, like, okay, so for instance, if you drink Coke or Pepsi, right? Those things are formulated for, like, the American audience. But when they go to places like Mexico or China or Canada even, they'll change the formula slightly because like the taste buds are different in other places, right? So Mexican Coke is a lot sweeter and it has like vanilla in it, like compared to what we get in Canada. And Coke is just more like sweeter in America than what we get in Canada. So those things might be a little bit different. Yeah, 400 miles per hour. This is insane. crazy. It's almost as fast as an aircraft. Yeah, limiting friction allows for much higher speeds. Japan's experimental maglev reached 603 kilometers per hour efficiently. Low friction means less energy loss at high speeds. Through initial building cost is high. Yes, that's true. No wheels on with friction. How long does it take though? Connects Pudong Airport to the city, operating commercially in 2004. So it's been out for like 20 years. Maglev trains vary by location, but the operational Shanghai Maglev frequently runs every 15 to 20 minutes between Longyan Road and Pudong Airport. I see. Taking only 8 minutes for its short route, while the upcoming Japan Chuo Shinkansen Tokyo to Osaka, which I've been to, aims for roughly 67 minutes for its longer intercity route when operational, drastically cutting current travel time. Yeah. 67 minutes is nothing. It's 1 hour. You can be stuck in traffic for 1 hour. 7 minutes to cover 30 kilometers. 18.6 miles. That's crazy. That's so fast. I wonder how much prices are for these tickets. Thirty kilometers, just to let you know, it takes about an hour to drive, I think 30 kilometers, yeah. An hour to drive, yeah. Takes 7 minutes. It's wild. 50 yuan is like $10 Canadian. So that's like what, 7 USD, 6 USD, something like that. That's cheap. One way. Round trip is a little bit cheaper. So if you're going same day and coming back, that's awesome. Free tickets for kids. For each adult can bring up to 2 kids under 1.3 meters tall for free. If you have more than 2 kids, any extra kid over 1.3 meters is a one-way ticket. That I don't know, man. I don't think it's anything like. I've never been stopped. You know, fortunately, I've never been stopped. But I haven't brought anything like questionable. No, this is this is the maglev train, so this is even faster than a bullet train. This is the train I was talking about that runs on. It basically doesn't have tires. Yeah, so that's why it's so fast. It's held up by magnets. It like propels it forward. Yeah, it's crazy. The high-speed rail trains look like this, which are slower but still really fast. Oh. Can you hear me now? You should be able to hear me. My volume is going up and down. It's on max, man. You sure you can't hear me? You should be able to. I see the volume ticker going up, so I'm not sure what's happening. But yeah, you should be able to. So to answer questions, I have no idea about items that you can bring or can't bring. You probably have to give me an idea of what you're trying to bring. Yeah, so that's one thing. I mean, if you bring basic things, like, you shouldn't be stopped. Like, they're not gonna not let you bring clothing or a laptop or whatever. But if you're if you're trying to bring firearms and stuff like that, yeah, they're probably gonna stop you. Um, but basic traveler shit, like, yeah, it's gonna be fine. This is a high-speed rail. This is the bullet train. So this thing goes 350 kilometers per hour. So it's like 217 miles per hour. That maglev train goes 400 miles per hour. So it's like almost double. But this is super fast. Like, I've been to so many places. This is a great way to travel to see China because they have the most sophisticated high-speed rail, like, network in the world. So pretty much every city that's like, what, 500,000 people and up will be connected by high-speed rail, which is great because you can just get a ticket and go. I would say it's probably like 20% cheaper than a flight. So it's not like cheap, but it is cheap enough that, like, you can take trips here and there, right? So if you plan your trip carefully, you can, like, go from city to city, right? So we were looking at this map. Like, I've traveled to different places in China just by high-speed rail. Yeah, I've gone to, like, Hong Kong all the way to, like, Nanning, which is like somewhere here. Yeah, that was like 3.5 hours. I've gone to Nanning to Kunming, which was like another 3.5 hours. Yeah. It's a really pleasant ride. Like, honestly, it's very chill. Like, you can bring snacks on the train. You can put like a water bottle right on the railing, and like, it won't fall. Like, it won't even move. It won't fall off. Yeah. Like, the ride is super smooth and it's quiet. People just play with their phones, play games or whatever, and chill. It's great. I like it. High-speed rail. Yeah. And it's like, it's cheap compared to audio is down. What about now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Awesome. Oh, welcome to the stream. I have another person in the chat. Thanks so much for joining. I appreciate it. What was I saying? Yeah, so this is the bullet train. This is the high-speed rail. They have the most intricate high-speed rail system in the world. So you can go everywhere in China with this thing. Literally everywhere. It's a complete network of trains. This is the map. See? Pretty much everywhere you want to go, like, you can go. Yeah, I literally kind of took this route. They do, but it's not like, the amusement parks aren't as good as like Six Flags. You know, I've been to Six Flags in San Antonio. Like, that was an amusement park. We have like miniature versions of that. Like, the biggest amusement park that we have is the one in Toronto. What is that place called? Amusement Park Toronto. Like, we don't have like a Disneyland of Canada. Toronto. Canada's Wonderland. This place is the closest thing you'll find to like a Six Flags. You know, like stuff like this, right? Like roller coasters and shit. This is what Six Flags looks like. I've been here. I think I've been here twice, actually. You'll have like cool rides like this or like this. Yeah. Like this shit. Yeah, there's some cool rides at Canada's Wonderland. It is the best amusement park in Canada. Yeah, there's much better parks in America. Yeah, they do that way better than us, for sure. Disney World, Disneyland, Six Flags, Harry Potter Land, Universal Studios. You guys got all that shit. We do not. Yeah, unfortunately. That's the truth. All right. What's your plan for tomorrow, Christmas Eve? Are you going to do anything specific tomorrow? Osaka hotels. Osaka hotels. This is pretty nice. Yeah, please do. Like, I really highly recommend that you go out to do something. Like, you really, really should. You really, really should. This place is $31 per night. It's pretty cheap. Yeah, go get yourself some nice lunch and dinner. Like, have a good day. Like, chill. Go buy yourself something too. You know, it's Christmas Eve, man. And do something for Christmas as well, please. Do whatever makes you happy. These are 2 days that you don't have to apologize to anyone about anything. Yeah. Do what makes you happy. I think that's the important thing. The important theme. Tokyo stay at Osaka Hanamachi. $42 a night USD. I've stayed here. Yeah, I remember the entrance and the places to park the cars. $30 a night. How much is this in Canadian dollars? Let's see. 45? 41. Okay. Yeah, this place is actually decent. It was a decent part of town. The room wasn't the greatest, but you know, it wasn't terrible. Yeah, I think I stayed in this room, this Superior Queen. It was kind of small, but you know, it did its job. And the location is pretty good. Like surrounding areas, there's a bunch of stuff. There's a railway station or metro station really close. Yeah, it's like right in the middle of town. You can go north, south, east, west. Osaka Castle is right over here. I went there. There's just a bunch of stuff to see. Minato Ward. Yeah, there's so much shit. Yeah, but this is like the middle. Universal Studios is over here. There's the aquarium, if I'm not mistaken. Bunch of shit. Yeah. Okay, my friend, I will probably log off now. It was good to talk to you. I hope you feel better, and I hope that this stream was did something for you, I guess. Educated you about some things. Please go celebrate the holidays, even though you're alone, it's super important that you do that for kind of your mental. I can't stress that enough. Really, really important. And Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. I will be on Undecided, but I usually stream Monday to Thursday, 8 p.m. PST to 12. So that is 10 to 2 a.m. your time. That's probably a little bit late for you, but those are the times that I stream. So you can tune in whenever, and you can watch, obviously, the videos after. But I really appreciate you coming on stream and engaging with me. I'm very grateful for that. It helps me go through the stream because it's just like I can talk about things rather than just talking to thin air, basically. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm going to probably call it a night, and I do wish you well. So Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. If you do get a chance and you find my stream somewhat enlightening, entertaining, I really appreciate it if you spread the word, recommend it to other people. I want to grow this community to a sizable community where people can actually help each other. Yeah, no problem. I mean, of course, it'd be great if I could make a side hustle or side living out of it, but really, it's the important thing is like people get something out of this. So, yeah, I'm grateful for you stopping by, and I hope you tune in again. Okay, thank you so much for the follow and the sub, and please check out my content if you find it useful. Get some time, and yeah, anytime that you have any questions, like come bring it to me. We can talk about it. Good luck with your therapist, and we'll see you probably in a couple days when I stream again. Okay? Take care. Have a good day. Bye.